Yes, Chief Whip, Minority Chief Whip.
Yeah, Speaker, I see on the front page of the report 27 questions scheduled. And front bench, if I have your attention, 27 questions scheduled. You've given prior notification that media comes 23rd. And you know what the tradition has been. Once media comes, we have a defined programs to be taken in the chamber. In this house, we've taken average 77 questions per week. I don't accept why we have only 27 questions, especially where we have a number of questions already pending, a number of them pending. If these questions are not taken, they will lose their usefulness. As Speaker, the orders permit the chair of the business committee to present supplementary statement. So I humbly want to suggest to Chief, when you are here, take notice, report to your boss. This is not acceptable. 27 questions is not acceptable. Out of the lot, we can't accept 27 questions. And these ministers, they won't come to the house and answer questions, and all these questions are still pending. So 27, I'm saying, well, that's fine. So I'm saying that so yourself, you know, Speaker, they know that the 27, in the face of what is at stake, 27 is too small. Let's get serious. The people of this country are watching us. Out of the lot, over 200 questions, and you are advertising and scheduling only 27. You must be having reasons why you are scheduling only 27. So I don't agree with you, and we can do better. Speaker, I want to make that suggestion strongly to the House that we cannot accept 27 questions for the entire week. That cannot be. Again, don't try and, you can't intimidate me. You know you cannot. You cannot intimidate me. Speaker, again, humbly want to suggest the bills are important. In fact, that is our core function. Passage of laws. You had given prior notification per the schedule you gave that over 69 bills will find their way to this house. How many have you presented so far? So you should be speaking to the ministers who are supposed to shepherd these bills. They must find their way to this chamber. Very, very important bills. Speaker, these are very important bills. They are very, very important. I don't want to go through the litany of bills that are pending. So, Majority Leader, Deputy Leader, you are here. You should pass this message on. When, in our other world, when we were here, we often have a prior meeting with the ministers. And I am aware you've also taken a cue from those actions. You should be engaging the ministers to come and shepherd their bills. It's very disappointing. Let me conclude on referrals. Speaker, I have seen the attachment to the business report or the business statement. We have over 400 referrals pending. That's an ugly history we are making. 400 referrals And every day we come with the business statement and we just attach an attachment to the business statement and say that we have this referral spending. Speaker, if you do a cursory glance at the attachment, you come to a conclusion that close to 70% of the referrals are merely annual statement by audit committee of various assemblies. I mean, for heaven's sake, how do we allow this to be pending all this while? Yes, I'm saying you laid them. We still have many of these committees, annual statements of audit committees pending to be laid today. And they will go and add on to the existing ones. Why? Why are we doing this to ourselves? We were here before. We were not doing this. You should take a cue from us. Take a cue from us. The Constitution mandates us to put together a committee by this House. You should be leading the charge. Majority side, majority front. Honorable Champion, stop looking at me like that. You should be leading the charge. Honorable Roxon, lead the charge. Support your deputy leader. By now you should be putting together the committee to be working on this. And you will not keep quiet and listen. You, I'm referring to you. So, Speaker, it's not the best. We can get clinical in terms of what we want to do. And look at our other papers. We advertise business on the other paper that we are not ready to take. All these motions, I can go through them. So the other people look voluminous. We are not ready to prosecute the business, and we just come and we are wasting papers and we are just printing. We are not concerned about carbon print. What is that? Front bench, majority front bench. You must be getting serious about this business, and the president is watching you. No, I insist. Get clinical with your business. And Speaker, I insist. 400 referrals, we can't be proud about that. We can't be proud. Roxon, what do you want to say? I can sit down for you to speak. I'll come back. Speaker, I can yield to him to speak, and I'll come back to it. 400 referrals, and you are saying I'm not pioneer. Is that your defense? You should be telling us what we will be doing to deal with the referrals. That's how you should be speaking as a majority side. Speaker, so your 27 questions, you should be sitting down. Well, you can stand. The Speaker will not recognize you anyway. The Speaker will not recognize you. You can keep standing. Speaker, 27 questions out of 200 questions. Huh? At one breath, you are talking about 24-hour economy. You have 200 questions, and you are proud to only advertise 27 out of the 200. And you say, minority, we should just keep quiet and be applauding you. We will not applaud you today. Get serious. Move your ministers to come to the House and shepherd their bills. Over 69 bills and just about 5 bills. Why? We must get serious in this country. I can sit down for you to speak.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, please.
Majority Chief Whip, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, my counterpart knows how we manage this House. It's most unparliamentary for him to refer to the majority bench that we are not serious. Yes, we should get serious means that we are not serious. With all due respect, I'll never do that to you. No matter the circumstances, I'll never do that to you. So don't do that to us. The over 400 referrals that you referenced, 135 alone was referrals, document papers laid just last week, Mr. Speaker. So he has also forgotten that the local government committee alone laid 75 of their reports 2 weeks ago, and their reports pending for plenary to take. So by all means, raise the issues. The issues were raised at the business committee today. Unfortunately, you were absent. I didn't take it against you. So if we come to the floor, you want to raise it. Yes, add them. No, I'm serious. Add them. But don't run the front bench under the bus. It's not fair. It's not fair. It's not fair at all. Please. So withdraw that portion. I plead with you that withdraw that portion and make your comments, and let's make progress in the matter.
Speaker, my
Honorable Minority.
Speaker, with respect, I just want to conclude. Speaker, may I conclude?
With all due respect, you have concluded before I gave the floor to the Majority Chief Whip. Comment on the business statement should not be a debate between two people.
Speaker.
So I intend calling
Speaker,
on the presenter of the business statement to respond.
Speaker, with respect, my colleague had made pleadings and he's made presentation to me. In fact, I had not concluded. So I'm a gentleman. I have no problem withdrawing a statement that you find that you are sensitive to. So, but I'm saying to you, with respect, Chief Whip, I'm just saying to you, you know how committed I am to getting things done in this chamber. You are not at the front bench. You should tell him. So I'm saying, we cannot, Speaker, it is not right. It has never happened. 400 referrals, no, I'll come back to the point. 400 referrals, it has never happened in this house. But unreservedly, I withdraw those words that you are not serious. Yeah, you are serious, but get more serious. Get more serious. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity.
Yes, any response to issues raised, if any?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the issues as I captured here, I'll start from the bottom. I think a lot has been said by the Chief Whip on the issue to do with the referrals. In fact, there are quite a number of referrals out there, but we've also come to realize that some of these referrals have already been looked at and reports have been submitted. In fact, as the Chief Whip was saying, local government alone did about 77 reports, and there were many others. My honorable brother did not take out those reports that have been submitted here. He just gave the previous number, I believe. But it has come down. I do agree with you that a lot of work needs to be done, and then it needs to be sanitized as well, because we have stood here many a times where people will say that reports have been worked on and therefore should not be put here as a referral. That cleanup is ongoing. I'm working from backwards to the beginning. I mean, the issue of World Cup, I think the World Cup is still ongoing, and I do believe that in the next few days or so, the World Cup will come to an end, and the minister will definitely be here to give a report on the World Cup in terms of Ghana's entry and then exit and performance. On the issue of the media review, the date is Thursday, the 23rd of July. That is when the finance minister will come here to present the media review. As to whether it is statement or what have you, that is in the hands of the finance minister, and I cannot preempt that. I think the House report, my understanding is that it will be taken before we actually rise, and because of some peculiarities of the reports, it's been scheduled to be taken before we rise. The issue of admissibility of questions, I think I do agree that we have a lot of questions out there, and we have requested various ministers to come here to answer questions, but unfortunately, for the foreign minister, for instance, He lives out of a suitcase, more or less. So it's been difficult to get some of them to come here and answer the questions, which we are working on. I think some of the issues that have been raised here, even by the very people who attended the business committee meeting, were issues that were discussed. But then, of course, the usual politics will also have to play its role. So those questions or those issues have been raised here. Mr. Speaker, I think these are the number of issues that I captured. If I've left anything out, I stand to be reminded to answer that. Thank you.
Yes, Minority Leader.
Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to express my own views regarding the matter before the House, the Business Committee report. Mr. Speaker, in the statement by the second Deputy Minority Whip, we did not hear anything about the Minister of Works and Water Resources coming to this House to brief us on any policy of government on sanitation. Mr. Speaker, you may recall that the Minister of Interior, when he made a statement on this flood situation, indicated to this House that government will come with a comprehensive policy on this flood situation and how to address it. Mr. Speaker, I submit that it is not enough to declare 2 days for the purpose of cleanup. The cleanup exercise is not a solution. The solution is a well thought out policy on sanitation. That is what we need as a country. And it is becoming too late in the day. Any government determined to solve a problem the magnitude of which we saw would, without delay, announce a national policy on sanitation. Enough of the knee-jerk posture, the ad hoc measures. Mr. Speaker, we don't need them. Thousands lost property. Maybe because they are not public servants, they are not politicians, we are not talking about it. Many poor people lost their property. Many poor people lost their business. We need the government to rise to the occasion and address the nation on this matter. Mr. Speaker, it will surprise you to know that even after this matter, we have not seen any national mourning. People have died. Mr. Speaker, people have died. People have died. It is important that some official statement to commiserate, to address it. Mr. Speaker, we've seen other disasters where the president announced a national mourning. This we have not seen. Mr. Speaker, that is very important. Mr. Speaker, the second issue has to do with accountability of the 350 million that was approved by this House. Mr. Speaker, we have heard of the disbursement. We, the minority, supported government when it brought the application to the Finance Committee. It was not a majority decision. It was a unanimous decision by the committee.
Honourable Minority Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
The rules are clear on the issues of accountability.
Mr. Speaker,
What has that got to do with comment on business statements?
Mr. Speaker, if I land, please bear with me. I'm laying a foundation to the very point I want to make.
No, sometimes...
Mr. Speaker, let me finish.
Sometimes I feel that we are abusing our
Mr.
rights.
Speaker, I'm not. I am delving into the matter. Mr. Speaker, what we want as we the minority want the Minister of Finance to be programmed to come next week, Mr. Speaker, to brief this House on how the 350 million has been disbursed. Mr. Speaker, because it's a national emergency, we were expecting the majority leader to program the minister. Because, Mr. Speaker, he came under Article 177.
Honorable Minority Leader, don't you think this will be appropriate question for the Finance Minister to come and answer?
Mr. Speaker, there are several mechanisms. A question, a ministerial briefing. I am holding the view on behalf of my colleagues that the circumstances we find ourselves, our expectation is that the majority leader will program the Minister of Finance to brief the House. Mr. Speaker, we say so because last week, when NADMOD was sharing some items, it came to light that at Nima and Mamobi, they were sharing baked beans. When we raised it, they now told us that the baked beans was not part of the procured items. It was a donation. Mr. Speaker, we don't know who and who have donated. This is an important matter that we believe the Finance Minister should brief this out. So, Mr. Speaker, you should take note. Mr. Speaker, the next issue.
Minority Leader, let me recognize the Chief Whip. He's been on his feet for some
Mr.
time.
Speaker, you want to recognize the...
Yes.
Very well, that's fine.
You can go to... Mr. Speaker, I arise on grounds that the minority leader is grossly misleading the House. Grossly misleading the House. Mr. Speaker, I rise in pursuance of Order 122. Mr. Speaker, one, the allegation that government has not been responsive. You made that allegation. That was your opening comment, that the government has not been responsive and that government should be responsive. It's totally unfounded. The government has been so responsive and moved with alacrity. You actually criticized government last week. Mr. Speaker, government has secured 350 million. Government has secured 350 million from the contingency fund, subject to the approval of the Finance Committee, which was granted, and has since been disbursed, or in the process of being disbursed. And so the claim that government has not been responsive in this matter is totally unfounded and mischievous. Number two, Mr. Speaker, just last week, as many as 3 statements were admitted by you, Mr. Speaker, and read on this floor. Those statements attracted a lot of interest from members. The statements were essentially about the consequence of the flood that we suffered, including the victims that we lost. And messages of condolences were extended to the bereaved families. So for the minority leader to get up and say that no formal statement had been made in respect of the lives that we lost is totally unfounded. A message of condolences need not come from a minister only. So this sort of politics must stop. Mr. Speaker, number three, the minority leader is on his feet and talking about procurement in terms of emergency. Is this the first time we had an emergency? During COVID and during the drought that we experienced in the north when you were in government, you got funding also from the contingency fund. Did you come to brief this out about procurement? Did you? So please, we have been here for some time, so don't get up and say things and you think that the record will bear you tomorrow. Speaker, I urge that the portions of his comments regarding this matter be expunged.
Yes, Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the point that was raised by the Majority Chief Whip, which makes direct reference to my leadership then as a Majority Leader. Mr. Speaker, may I remind him that on the matter of the dry spell, the respected Minister of Agric, Brian Achampon, as he then was, briefed this House. I was a leader of government business. Mr. Speaker, the minority requested for a breakdown of all procurement, and he did. It is part of the records of the House. Mr. Speaker, two, the issue before this House, which I am raising, is that we have not heard the government making a declaration with respect to what has happened to those who lost their property and those who lost their lives. And I am calling on leader of government business to brief this House on steps being taken. I'm not making an allegation. I'm using language, attention to be paid to language, that he should brief this House on what steps government is taking. Mr. Speaker, in other disasters, we heard of national mourning, 3 days of national mourning. Nothing has been said, and that is what I want the minister to brief this House on. Mr. Speaker, on the issue of the contingency fund, the Chief Whip himself is saying that we gave approval for withdrawal to be made from the contingency fund under Article 177. Mr. Speaker, in this House, we have been told that indeed, because the account was garnished, government withdrew the money from other sources. Again, may I call on the Majority Leader to program the Minister of Finance to come and brief this House which government account they withdrew them funds from. And two, the Attorney General and Minister of Justice should come and brief this House which entity, which party, which agency, which institution, which individual garnished government account. The full dossier must be furnished this House. It's very important because, Mr. Speaker, to garnish a contingency account of the state is very serious. The Attorney General must fully brief this House how the AG was involved and how come, and indeed whether or not they have appealed the decision and what is the status of that account. Mr. Speaker, the next point I want the minister, the leader of government business to brief this House has to do with, Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Agric. Mr. Speaker, may I plead with the leader of government business to program the Minister of Agric to come and brief the House on the status of the Nkoko Nketenkete initiative. Mr. Speaker, the minister is on record to have said that the beneficiaries have consumed the beds. Mr. Speaker, we want clarity as a House because, Mr. Speaker, this was supposed to be an entrepreneurial venture where they are supposed to pay back. May we know the status of it, Mr. Speaker. And finally, Mr. Speaker, finally, yes, this one. Mr. Speaker, finally, can the Minister of Justice and Attorney General be programmed, Mr. Speaker, urgently to come and brief this House on the activities of EOCO? Mr. Speaker, we are a House with oversight responsibility. Mr. Speaker, there are things that are happening. If we don't talk about it today, tomorrow, the other side may be wearing the shoe. Mr. Speaker, the director of communications of our party, Miracles Abuaji, was arrested and detained by EOCO at the airport. Mr. Speaker, he has been in custody for over 3 days. We are not against accountability. We are against the Rambo style. Mr. Speaker, our colleagues should not be up in arms. It can be them tomorrow. Mr. Speaker, what is happening to Miracle Abuaji is not good for our democracy. The Attorney General should come to this house and brief us of the situation. The EOCO will arrest people if the person was in the country, has traveled, he's coming, then in a Rambo style, he's arrested. Mr. Speaker, at the airport, detained for over 3 days. Mr. Speaker, and now they are demanding properties worth 55 million cedis before he's granted bail. Let's be careful, my dear political colleagues. Let's be careful, Ghanaian political leaders. It can be somebody today. There is an election ahead. You can never tell. Don't let us encourage some of these excesses. And when we talk about it, don't look at it with a partisan lens. It can be you. Today, we hear what is happening at GOLDBOD. There are all manner of allegations at GOLDBOD. We know all manner of allegations in various state institutions. You are also in charge of the coffers. You are in charge of the press. Be careful. Don't ask somebody. He has a wife and children. Already the man was affected by the flood. He lost everything. He's already traumatized. Miracles Abuaji is already traumatized because of the flood. Then to worsen it, you detain him for 3 days and you say if he wants his freedom, he should bring properties worth 50 million cedis. How do you do this? And this is not something that must attract a partisan reaction. It is a human rights issue. The Attorney General must come to this house and brief us on what is happening. Mr. Speaker, it's not good for the politics of our country. Some of my colleagues here, Mr. Speaker, sometimes when they speak on critical issues, they get invitation to EOCO, to BNI, and all of that. We've kept quiet about it. Now it has gotten to our party executives. We shouldn't do this to ourselves. Mr. Speaker, we shouldn't do this to ourselves. EOCO can investigate.
Honorable Minority
Mr.
Leader.
Speaker, let me conclude on it.
Please conclude.
I'm concluding on it. Mr. Speaker, EOCO can investigate. EOCO can do its work with a human face. An invitation to Miracles Abuaji to appear before EOCO would have solved everything. In any event, the man was already attending upon them. Anytime they invited him, he was there. Why the Rambo star? Our friends opposition should not be happy. Because, you see, Mr. Speaker, not long ago, I was there. And some of them, when they cried upon some of us, we listened and we stopped some excesses.
Honorable Minority
so we'll
Leader,
keep quiet.
please land safely.
Mr. Speaker, I'm landing. Miracles Abuaji deserve justice. The country must not shut its eyes on the excesses by EOCO. And Majority Leader, please program the Attorney General to come before this house and address us on what is happening at EOCO. The human rights abuses, we will not take it as a house.
Honorable Majority Chief Whip.
Mr. Speaker,
I call on Majority Chief Whip, Honorable Habib, please resume your seat. Why?
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Majority Chief Whip.
Mr. Speaker, I believe you've given me the opportunity to speak in my standing as a member of this House. You didn't give me the opportunity, I believe, to respond to the matters arising from the business statement, because my comment too is contingent on matters arising from the business statement, attracting comments from the minority leader. Mr. Speaker, the minority leader is on his feet, suggesting that the Attorney General should be invited to respond to queries from him regarding the performance of functions of his office or agencies under him. Speaker, the particular matter that he has referenced, perhaps he hasn't read. And so let me reference the formal response from EOCO. Because you see, we are members of a community of reading men, and I want him to read. Mr. Speaker, the EOCO, please. Mr. Speaker, EOCO had this to say. Mr. Speaker, on 13th July, Mr. Speaker, EOCO released the following statement. Mr. Speaker, arrest of Dennis Abuaji, aka Miracles, and Gerard Appiah, in respect of Ghana Series 55 million investigations into the Interministerial Coordinating Committee on Decentralization. Mr. Speaker, EOCO says that the Economic and Organized Crime Office wishes to inform the general public that it has arrested Mr. Dennis Edward Abuaji, former Executive Secretary of the Interministerial Coordinating Committee on Decentralization, in connection with ongoing, Mr. Speaker, ongoing investigations into alleged financial and procurement-related irregularities at the Secretariat. Speaker, the EOCO proceeded to further say that the arrest follows extensive investigations commenced by EOCO after receiving a petition from the current Executive Secretary of IMCCOD requesting further investigations into a forensic audit conducted into the affairs of the Secretariat covering the period from 1st August 2022 to 2nd February 2025. Mr. Speaker, the charges that Miracles Abuaji and Gerard Appiah faces include conspiracy to steal and stealing, using public office for profit, causing financial loss to the state, dissipation of public funds, defrauding by false pretenses, and money laundering. So, Mr. Speaker, the minority leader has no right under the sun to suggest that where an investigative body has conducted a year-long investigation into a matter, has invited the suspects, and now has made a prima facie determination and is effecting arrest that may possibly lead to prosecution, the minority leader is on this floor saying that we should invite the Attorney General to come and respond to what? That we must not demand accountability from public office holders. Is it not the same man who stands on this floor and cautioning us that we as politicians we should be careful, and that it is the public servants who do all the things that we get blamed? And today when the public servant is getting blamed, you are saying that he shouldn't be blamed? So by all means we can do politics, but some of the things, Mr. Speaker, it must not be countenanced on this floor. It must not. Now, in respect of bail, nobody is saying that he should bring property worth 55 million Ghana cedis. Yes, 55 million Ghana cedis. They are saying that for somebody to stand surety to assure the body and perhaps the court that you appear and defend yourself in the matter, the person should be able to establish that he has property value to the amount of the subject of the charges. So it's not about bringing a property and all that. He knows that. The 55 million is not money that is supposed to be carried to EOCO. He shouldn't put out these mischievous lines. And so he's a lawyer, he's my classmate, and we practice together, we still practice. He should rather advise that the property be done. And if you think that the terms as offered for the bill are onerous, Mr. Speaker, like you have taught us, he knows that you can always go back and beat it down. So he shouldn't stand here and rather aggravate the situation of the suspect. It is not fair. It is not fair at all.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, I think that the majority chief whip has every right to respond to me if that is his pleasure. But in so doing, much as he himself always admonish others on language use, he has to be measured. You cannot question somebody merely because you disagree with him and you say he has not read. Mr. Speaker, I take serious exception to that statement from him. Mr. Speaker, in the list, Mr. Speaker, in the list, I'm a senior in this house. In the list, I'm a senior in this house. And our practice and conventions and the values of this house require that you extend courtesy to your senior. Mr. Speaker, is the reason why we accord you every respect, because you are the presiding officer. When you say we should resume our seat, we are obliged to resume, even where we disagree with you. Mr. Speaker, those offensive words, I know he's a gentleman. If he's minded, he should withdraw them. If he's minded, I have never hesitated. I have never hesitated. Any day when I am required to withdraw, I do so. Mr. Speaker, the issue I raised, the burden of my submission, had to do with the excesses of EOCO's actions.
Permit me to crave his indulgence to respond to your demand that he should withdraw the word he doesn't read.
Speaker, I have due regard for my leader. I withdraw the word community of reading men. I withdraw. Mr. Speaker, I further withdraw that he didn't read. So perhaps he read, but he glossed over the conditions given by EOCO for the arrest. So I withdraw that person. And I apologize.
Mr. Speaker, I've accepted it.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I've accepted it graciously.
Yes.
But Mr. Speaker, the point I need to clarify is that the bail condition, he contended that the demand by EOCO does not mean that there should be cash of 50 million. Mr. Speaker, EOCO is demanding 50 million worth of properties from the sureties. You are a lawyer, I am a lawyer. We know what it means where a state investigative agency demands
Honorable Minority
property
Leader,
worth 50 million.
with all due respect, I think you have made your points
Very
clear.
well, Mr. Speaker, thank you.
On
Mr.
this
Speaker,
note,
let me touch the last point.
On this note, the business statement as presented is accordingly adopted. Honourable members, once again, let me acknowledge the presence of a delegation from the National Assembly of the Republic of Namibia to the Parliament of the Republic of Ghana from 13th to 17th July 2026. Honourable members, they are here to hold interactive sessions with the leadership of the Business Committee, the Minority and Majority Caucuses. They would also meet with some senior procedural officers of the parliamentary service during their study visit. Our visitors are Honorable Katamelo Widow Philippus, Honorable Matthias Sipipa Imbudu, Honorable Veino Tuhafeni Hangula, Honorable David Christian Igup, Honorable Evilastus Karonda, Honorable Henrik Liwela Likando, Honorable Ambrosius Kumbua, Honorable Nico Someip, Honorable Mr. Oscar Muyatwa, Mr. Resto T. Nakanyala, Mr. Esau Mbako, and Deputy Director, Security and Risk Services. Our members, we also have our members on your behalf and on behalf of the House. I welcome the delegation to Parliament and I wish them fruitful deliberations and stay in Accra, Ghana. I also acknowledge Springs Preparatory School, led by Foster Amasianya, a leader. They are from Ho Central, they numbered 40. All members, on your behalf, I also welcome them to Parliament of Ghana and urge them to have a fruitful visit. Thank you very much. Yes, Deputy Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with your indulgence, I want to vary the order of business on the other paper and take item number 18 on page 9. 18 and 19 on page 9. The motions. Thank you.
Yes, Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I would yield to the minority chief whip to respond to the application. But Mr. Speaker, if you look at page 25, motion 40, Mr. Speaker, it has been there for over a year. Today, Mr. Speaker, the deputy majority leader must ensure that we act on this motion. Mr. Speaker, this has to do with mass dismissal of Ghanaian youth who have added on to the unemployment situation in the country. If we don't speak for them, who else will speak for them? People who have been dismissed from the employ of the state.
Honorable Minority Leader, with all due respect, are you moving motion 40?
Mr. Speaker, the motion 40 has already been moved, seconded by Honorable Kojo Oponkroma, and Mr. Speaker, the majority chief whip. The majority chief whip was the first person to have a bite at the dispatch box for his side.
Mr. Speaker, we need to conclude on the debate. The last time at the conclave, the understanding, Mr. Speaker, let me finish. The last time at conclave, the understanding was that if Mr. Speaker is unavoidably absent, since we have electronical ways of getting the record, you can preside and hear the argument so that, Mr. Speaker, he himself will now do the ruling. Mr. Speaker, he does, yes, we discussed this at conclave, that since it was becoming difficult for him to preside personally, then any other deputy speaker can preside, then electronically the argument will be ferried to him so that he can make ruling. Mr. Speaker, people have lost their jobs for almost 2 years. If a House of Parliament cannot discuss this matter, then when can we discuss it?
With all due respect, you know certainly we cannot proceed on that
Mr.
matter.
Speaker, if you rule, I will yield to you.
Except that you want me to rule on it.
No, not at all,
If
Mr.
after
Speaker.
hearing the two of you, you want me to rule on it.
No, Mr. Speaker,
I'm likely to take that
brought
motion.
it very well. Mr. Speaker, I'm enjoying your smiles, very infectious smiles.
So let me hear the minority chief
Mr.
whip
Speaker, you
on
will
the
hear him.
application.
Mr. Speaker, you will hear him.
Yes.
But I would want to conclude by saying that I am yielding to you rather reluctantly because, Mr. Speaker, procedurally, once you have ruled, I'm supposed to yield. But, Mr. Speaker, the important matter, the question for the majority, a question that should prickle their conscience, your conscience, I mean, it should prick your conscience, is that are you watching the thousands who lost their jobs because you are not cooperating for us to resolve this unemployment situation? Thousands were dismissed.
Honorable Minority Leader, I'm holding it in order not to say what you wouldn't want me to say. Yes, Minority Chief Whip, the application.
Speaker, we should proceed as applied.
Very well. Motion numbered 18, Chairman of the Committee.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this Honorable House adopts the report of the Public Accounts Committee of the Performance Audit Report of the Auditor General on the procurement and maintenance of medical equipment in teaching hospitals. Mr. Speaker, this report was laid in the House on the 3rd of July 2025 in accordance with Article 1875 of the Constitution. Pursuant to Order 2293, the report was referred to the Public Accounts Committee for examination and report to the House. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Order 2294 of the Standing Orders, the Honorable Ranking Member, Mr. Samuel Atta Mills, chaired the consideration of the report for the period ending 2024, which relates to the period when my government was in administration, or when the chairperson's government was in administration. Mr. Speaker, the committee, in considering the report, held a public hearing and invited the Honorable Minister for Health, Mr. Kwabena Minta Akando, and his technical team from the Ministry of Health. And then we also had a technical team coming from the Ministry of Finance. Mr. Speaker, I would like to express our sincere gratitude to the Minister and the officials who attended upon us. We also like to acknowledge the support that we continue to receive from the Auditor General and also GTV and Parliament TV and other media handles who carry out our sittings live. Mr. Speaker, the audit examined whether the systems of planning, procuring, and maintaining of medical equipment ensure the continuous availability of functional equipment in our teaching hospitals. It also assessed underlying challenges and came out with recommended corrective measures. It covered the period from 2018 to 2023 and considered the position at Kolebu, Konfuanoche, Temale, and whole teaching hospitals. Mr. Speaker, the committee found that the hospitals generally conducted needs assessments and used them in preparing their procurement plans. The problem, therefore, was not simply the identification of need, but the deeper problem was inadequate funding, insufficient equipment, maintenance failures, weak technical capacity, and prolonged equipment downtime. Several critical machines, including CT scans, MRI machines, and other diagnostic equipment, were either inadequate, obsolete, or non-functional, according to the reports. Mr. Speaker, the committee was particularly concerned that Komfo-Anokye Teaching Hospital, despite its national importance, has never had a cardiac catheterization laboratory. And we are told that as a result of this, one medical doctor lost his life. Patients requiring urgent cardiac intervention may therefore have to be transferred to Accra, with the obvious risk that they may not even survive the journey. The committee recommends that the Ministry of Health prioritizes the procurement of such specialized facilities and engage the Ministry of Finance and the Ghana Medical Trust Fund to secure the required funding. Mr. Speaker, also purchasing medical equipment is only the beginning. Equipment must be maintained, calibrated, supplied with spare parts, and operated by properly trained personnel. And this, the audit found, was also lacking. The audit found instances in which equipment was damaged through mishandling. They also found that the biomedical engineers who are supposed to handle these machines do not consistently receive the specialized training required to repair sophisticated equipment. Consequently, hospitals remain heavily dependent on third-party vendors, sometimes at considerable cost to the hospitals. Biomedical engineering units also lack workshops, calibration equipment, specialized tools, and other basic logistics. Mr. Speaker, in some facilities, engineers had to borrow tools or outsource repairs, which could otherwise have been undertaken internally if they had these workshops available. Mr. Speaker, the committee therefore recommends a coordinated national retooling program for the teaching hospitals. It is not just a matter of putting it on paper and reading it out to citizens. What we want to see is for these equipments, these actions, to be put to, we want to see these equipments so that citizens can benefit from the equipment. Mr. Speaker, we have heard that the Ghana Medical Trust Fund is supposed to support in that regard, but we haven't seen any concrete steps being taken by the Ghana Medical Trust Fund to do this. So the committee supports, Mr. Speaker, centralized procurement of high-value medical equipment, where this will achieve the standardization that is lacking. It will also achieve economies of scale and stronger contractual terms. Mr. Speaker, such procurement contracts must, one, extend warranties, comprehensive maintenance and service agreements, assured availability of spare parts, and in-country technical support, hands-on training for biomedical engineers, as well as protection against the procurement of equipment which becomes prematurely obsolete. Mr. Speaker, you hear that maybe we got an equipment in a particular year, but then you go and look at the equipment, the fresh or the brand new equipment that we bought is, say, 10 or 15 years old. That is what we are talking about, that we should protect against the procurement of equipment which becomes prematurely obsolete in no time. The committee further recommends closer collaboration between the Ministry of Health, the teaching hospitals, and the Ghana Medical Trust Fund, so that their needs assessments are harmonized and scarce resources are directed to the most urgent needs. Mr. Speaker, where hospitals also lack the immediate capacity to maintain capital-intensive equipment, we believe that they can carefully structure outsourcing, leasing, or a PPP project. I remember very well that 37 used a PPP project to acquire the first MRI. It was 37 and the Fidelity Bank. I believe that if for any reason the hospitals are not able to maintain capital-intensive equipment, they are not able to buy these capital-intensive equipment, the Minister of Health, with the support of the Ministry of Finance, should give them that opportunity to go enter into a PPP to make these facilities or make these equipments available for use by citizens. Mr. Speaker, these arrangements must, however, protect the public interest and guarantee continuous service. A non-functional medical machine is not merely an idle public asset. It may mean a delayed diagnosis, a lost source of hospital revenue, or in the gravest concern, or in the gravest case, a loss of a human life. So, Mr. Speaker, on this note, I accordingly urge the House to adopt the report and its recommendations. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, any seconder of the motion?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion. And in seconding the motion, a few comments on it. After this audit, there have been a few changes in the equipment situation. I know that last week the CAT lab at Kolebu was commissioned, and the ones in Tamale and Konfuanoche are being worked on. But this was a report at the time that we got, this was up to the year 2024. Situation seemed very grim. But I'm glad to say that improvements are going on, and we need to have these improvements so that people could go to our hospitals over here for cures instead of going outside the country to do it. I think most of if you look at the recommendation, let me move straight to the recommendation. It says over here that the committee noted that several hospitals outsource maintenance services at significant cost due to limited in-house capacity, inadequate tools, and weak logistical support for biomedical engineering units. This contributed to high levels of non-functional equipment and adversely affected service delivery, revenue generation, and professional training. And it says over here that in the interim, consistent with the models adopted by University of Ghana Medical Center in EOCO, the committee supports outsourcing maintenance of capital-intensive equipment under favorable terms. The committee also recommends that the hospitals, through the Ministry of Health, embark on a comprehensive retooling program. And the final conclusion, the committee recommends to the House to adopt this report on the performance audit report of the Auditor General on the procurement and maintenance of medical equipment in the teaching hospitals, and the recommendations made. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, motion moved and seconded. It is for the consideration of the House. Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support this motion as moved by this Honourable House and to comment on the report of the Public Accounts Committee on the performance audit report of the Auditor General on the procurement and maintenance of medical equipment in teaching hospitals. Mr. Speaker, when the hospital management team appeared before the Public Accounts Committee, one striking thing throughout the various presentations was that as a country, we lack maintenance culture. I mean, there's a poor maintenance culture that runs through virtually all hospitals across our country. Mr. Speaker, and that is why it's important that as a country, we introduce a mandatory preventive maintenance schedules and annual maintenance audits for all the major medical equipment. It's a bit intriguing, Mr. Speaker, to find out that most of the medical equipment that we invest in have become obsolete. I mean, spare parts are not available. You get to Kolebu, you get to Konfuanoche teaching hospitals, and you realize that equipment that ought to arrest major conditions like cardiac arrest are unavailable. Mr. Speaker, this cannot be allowed to go on, and that is why, for me, we seriously need the mandatory preventive maintenance schedules and annual maintenance audits in our facilities. Mr. Speaker, one striking thing is that you can have these equipments, but personnel who manage these equipments, if they are not motivated enough, if their salaries are not streamlined, if they do not feel belong, would largely affect the operationalization of these equipments if we are to invest in them. Mr. Speaker, biomedical engineers in this country receive inadequate specialized training, and this results in frequent dependence on third-party vendors. Mr. Speaker, I am a lab technologist myself. I did lab technology as my first degree, and when I speak to colleagues in the industry, the sentiments is that we seem to have left them. I mean, we do not have a structured payroll system for biomedical engineers, and this seems to be affecting the output. Mr. Speaker, so we must commend the committee for recognizing that biomedical health professionals deserve that same level of attention and motivation as other health professionals. Mr. Speaker, we need to also expand the conversation to include all health or allied health professionals, especially medical laboratory scientists, medical laboratory technologists, whose works underpin diagnosis and patient care. Mr. Speaker, it is for this reason that we are recommending to the Ministry of Health that modern medical equipment is not only as effective as the professionals who maintain it. It's important that we highlight the need for equitable remuneration, noting the disparities in salaries and conditions of service affecting the morale and retention of skilled professionals. And it is for this reason that we are calling on the Ministry of Health, the Fair Wages and Salaries Commission, and the Ministry of Finance to engage allied health professional bodies to review their salary structures and career progression. That is the only way, Mr. Speaker, we can support this whole Mahama Cares program, getting an agency to be buying equipment and to support our various health facilities. If you invest in buying these equipment without the adequate training of personnel, biomedical engineers, Mr. Speaker, you have virtually done nothing, because in the next 2, 3, 4, 5 years to come, we'll still end up in this chamber commenting on the need to have a relook at how we manage and maintain our medical equipment. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I want to ask this House to adopt the report ably moved by the chairperson for the committee. Thank you very much.
Yes, Honorable Deputy Minister for Health. Yes, Richard Achampo.
Mr. Speaker, the committee has 3 reports, and after that, we will do that of economy. So I just want to suggest that we do 3, so that we can take all.
Is that the agreement?
Speaker, there is no disagreement to that.
Very well. Honorable Deputy Minister for Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to comment on the committee's report. Mr. Speaker, in terms of equipment that were mentioned, the CT scans, the MRIs, the cardiac catheterization labs, Mr. Speaker, the ministry has taken this very seriously, and the government has also taken this matter rather seriously. Mr. Speaker, currently, as I speak, we have 3 cardiac catheterization centers that have already been, sod has already been cut, and projects are ongoing. There is one in Kwafanochi in Kumasi. There's a second one in Tamale that has already started. And only last Thursday, a cardiac catheterization lab has been commissioned at Kolibu Teaching Hospital. Mr. Speaker, it is not just a cardiac catheterization lab, but it is in fact a cardiac center. Mr. Speaker, the data shows that 43% of all mortalities in Ghana is coming from non-communicable diseases, and non-communicable diseases mainly diabetes and high blood pressure. Some of these and most of them develop complications. So when they develop complications, they need rather critical care or rather high-level specialized equipment, and some of which we have the report has already discussed, like the MRIs and the CT scan. Mr. Speaker, Mahama Cares is supporting in furnishing the hospitals, especially the teaching hospitals, with these equipments. That is why we just commissioned one last Thursday at the Kolebu Teaching Hospital. Mr. Speaker, Mahama Cares is also supporting patients in terms of when patients get these diseases and they get complications out of it, they oftentimes have difficulty paying even for their hospital bills. So Mahama Cares is supporting the patient with funds. Mahama Cares is also looking at the people or the critical staff that will manage those high-level equipments. So Mahama Cares is currently supporting the training of high-level health workers to manage these sophisticated state-of-the-art equipment. Mr. Speaker, the government is also working with the Ghana College of Physicians and Surgeons to train specialists to come and support these centers and these equipments. Only 2 weeks ago, Mr. Speaker, we inaugurated 100 nurses that are now doing bachelor's degree in nursing in fields, sophisticated fields or critical care fields like emergency medicine, cardiology, nephrology, endocrinology, and critical care. These are the staff that are going to man these hospitals or these highly sophisticated equipment or these highly sophisticated units in our hospitals. Mahama Cares is also working on research so that everything we do will be research-based and will be evidence-based, so that the 43% of all deaths in Ghana will be reduced. Hopefully by next year, we will be at 30-something rather than 43%. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to the health workforce, which the report has also flagged, and my colleague on the other side has also flagged, Mr. Speaker, the health workforce has been a very dicey situation because we inherited a huge backlog of health workforce. He mentioned the biomedical engineers. Mr. Speaker, we inherited over 70,000 nurses at home. We inherited another maybe 40,000 doctors at home. We inherited a huge number of biomedical engineers who are sitting at home. Mr. Speaker, we just opened recruitment for nursing, and we are now recruiting nurses from 2021. So the group from 2020, 21, 22, 23, 24 are still at home, and we are just now beginning that recruitment. I'm speaking to the report in terms of health workforce. Mr. Speaker,
Honorable member, please address the chair.
Mr. Speaker, so we are working on the health workforce as we gradually clear the huge backlog that we have inherited and then continue to train people who are able to man these state-of-the-art equipments. And we are also working on a special purpose vehicle to manage and maintain these highly sophisticated equipment. Pretty soon, I'm sure the minister will be here and that special purpose vehicle will be discussed. So, Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I would like to commend the committee and also commend the good work they have done. Thank you.
Yes, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity to contribute to the report of the Public Accounts Committee. Mr. Speaker, on the performance audit report, on procurement and maintenance of medical equipment in our teaching hospital. Mr. Speaker, performance audit reports are very important. It gives us an opportunity to assess the adequacy of equipment that we do have in our hospitals. Mr. Speaker, it also helps us to be able to know the competence level of the individuals that are manning these equipments in our hospitals, as well as, Mr. Speaker, access, and whether it has also been able to help improve the healthcare of the ordinary Ghanaian citizen. Mr. Speaker, so it requires three major prone approaches towards that. And one of it has always been said, and been said by all the members here, is the workforce. And I also heard the Deputy Minister also speaking to the workforce that they inherited and are at home. Mr. Speaker, our complaint always as leaders obviously cannot rely on the number of people that we've left at home. It is even an opportunity for you that you came to meet people who were trained and, Mr. Speaker, could be readily ushered into the workforce and be able to man these ones. That ought not to be a complaint. The complaint that you ought to be saying is, why have we neglected the construction of hospitals that could adequately accommodate them? And now we are struggling to have these hospitals that were started completed. Mr. Speaker, these individuals you talk about that you are going to recruit, where are you going to send them? You are going to send them back into the same hospitals that you say they are overstretched, they are choked, and there are no spaces to put them in. Build a new hospital so that we can have access to recruit them into it. So these, we came to meet them, and the rest, Mr. Speaker, has nothing to do with that. But consequently to the report, Mr. Speaker, most importantly, Mr. Speaker, if you read a portion of the report, and I would want to talk about that, it says that there was no management responses to the auditors when they came to the facilities. Mr. Speaker, that is very worrying. The worrying aspect of that is that these individuals that we are also trying to help, our health professionals who are manning this equipment, do not take, Mr. Speaker, the work of the auditors and the effects of these auditors very seriously. They come there, they don't attend to them, they don't interact with them, so that they can put together a comprehensive report that would help policy makers be able to implement good policies to help those individuals that are using the machines, as well as the people who does access healthcare services in these hospitals. So it's important that, Mr. Speaker, we also make a case to them that when these auditors come, they must as well be able to open their doors to them. Most importantly, Mr. Speaker, we've all been talking about maintenance of these equipment and the rest. Mr. Speaker, it's important. Maintenance and planned maintenance is important. But most importantly, Mr. Speaker, it is not only about the maintenance. You can have an equipment that will be 20 years and well maintained, but, Mr. Speaker, it will not be fit for purpose in the current dispensation that we have. We cannot be having a 15-year-old equipment in this 21st century that would be used in doing proper specialized procedures for our people. We must also be looking at the numbers, Mr. Speaker, of these equipments in the country, and also how modern or how equipped they are to greater technology that we are having now. We live in the AI world now. Everything moves at a faster speed. So it's important that, Mr. Speaker, we look at those aspects also. But consequently, and most important, Mr. Speaker, the Deputy Minister talked about the construction of 3 cathedral centers in this country. And we made mention of Tamal, Mr. Speaker. She made mention of Kumasi and Accra. They are short cutting. We would want to urge you that completion of these ones be implemented very quick, so that we can have it. But, Mr. Speaker, to rate, I found that all of these equipment and the over-concentration in these traditional areas are too much. We can use some of these centers that we are building as pool centers to be able to develop the country in its totality. We are struggling to post medical doctors to rural areas, to other deprived communities in this country. Mr. Speaker, why can't we, Mr. Speaker, use some of these centers as pool centers, send some of these equipment, decentralize it, have greater access to the people so that they can also be benefiting from it, so that we can also open up. I remember when I was young, we used to have GI and Kwanta, where we used to have an orthopedic center. They used to have in some people traveled wild and near, Mr. Speaker, to get to these areas. So it's important that once we do this planning of our equipment, we must be able to use that as a form of decentralizing, to make sure that the country is pocket around, developed, Mr. Speaker, into specialized areas, and be able to even pull people and specialize people to these areas so that we can have prosperity and economic growth. And with these few words, Mr. Speaker, I would urge the House to adopt the report and the recommendation in it And Honorable Deputy Minister, relay the information to your minister so that proper policy planning in terms of these things can be done. I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Doctor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I rise to urge this House to support the motion ably moved by our Honorable Chair that this House adopts the performance audit report of the Auditor General on the procurement and maintenance of medical equipment in teaching hospitals. Mr. Speaker, this is a performance report on the Auditor General's report that ended by the period 2019 to 2023. A lot of items were identified as area of focus. One of them that the auditors highlighted was the need for planning for the medical equipment needed in these teaching hospitals. Now, this is very important because if you don't plan and you just go on a procurement spree, there's a likelihood that you will buy equipment that will not speak to responding to the needs of the said teaching hospital. And so in assessing the performance, at least by the time of the public hearing of our committee, we had observed that a lot of progress had been made in this regard. And I'd like to commend the Deputy Minister on her submission and ask that there is more to be done in going into this specific item of planning for the medical equipment needed. Now, it's obvious that when you go to most of these teaching hospitals, we have a backlog of obsolete equipment that are occupying a lot of space. And indeed, if you go to deeper assessment of them, you can say that there's the need for upgrading them, but also that's evidence of causing some financial loss because of the rapidity with which these equipments change and get upgraded. Mr. Speaker, one other critical area of the performance report is procurement according to needs assessment. Now, the quantities were observed as low because the quantities were inadequate for these teaching hospitals, particularly some specific equipment as CT scans, MRI equipment, and other related critical equipment. And so some of them, in fact, apart from being insufficient, some of them were also seen as non-functional. But Mr. Speaker, it raised a procurement issue of cost of these procurement items. And so the discussion revealed that we have to look at how these items, these critical items, are procured. Do we go for bulk procurement of them to save costs? Do we go for high-end quality? What are the tax arrangements in our own procurement in regards to these critical medical equipment? And it's been found that the tax element on these medical equipment is actually high. And so as a country, we need to check where we are on these and take a decision on what we can do to ensure that the quality equipment that we so critically need for our health care services are procured at cost that is affordable to the buying agencies. Mr. Speaker, there is no point over flogging the issue of training of personnel, but I argue that it's important that as we do the needs assessment for equipment, we do a complementary needs assessment for the manpower that are required to be able to man these critical equipment. Indeed, if you go to buy the equipment, you don't have the personnel to man them, then it's as good as not going to buy it in the first place. And so to be sure that we efficiently use our country's resources, this committee's report recommends that we should match needs assessment of the equipment together with the manpower needs. And then when we've done this, there's a need for us to be innovative about continuous training of the manpower that are required to be able to man this equipment. Mr. Speaker, those are the critical elements that I wish to highlight on this report, and I wish to urge this House to to support the motion and accordingly adopt the committee's report. I thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate, the question is, as many as are in favor of the motion say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is accordingly adopted. Yes, let's take motion number 19. Chairperson of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this Honourable House adopts the report of the Public Accounts Committee on the performance audit report of the Auditor General on the availability and accessibility of fertilizers to smallholder farmers in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, this report was laid in the House on the 1st of July 2025 in accordance with Article 1875 of the Constitution. Pursuant to Standing Order 2293 of Parliament, a referral was made to the Public Accounts Committee for examination and reports to the House. Mr. Speaker, and pursuant to Order 2294 of the Standing Orders, the ranking member, Mr. Samuel Atta-Mills, chaired the consideration of the Special Audit Report for the period ending 2024, which relates to the period of the administration of the chairperson. The committee, in considering the referral, met with the Honourable Minister for Food and Agric, Mr. Eric Opoku, the Honourable Deputy Minister, Mr. John Dumelo, then the technical team from the Ministry of Agric. The committee is grateful to them for attending upon us, and also grateful to the Auditor General, the Audit Service, for GTV and Parliament TV as well, and all the media houses who help us reach many Ghanaians who are really interested in what we do. Mr. Speaker, the audit covered the period from January 2019 to December 2023. Its principal purpose was to determine whether fertilizers were available to smallholder farmers and whether those farmers could obtain them in the right quantities at the right time and in the appropriate formulation. The committee found that the Ministry of Food and Agric had undertaken useful soil assessments and identified fertilizer blends appropriate for particular crops and ecological zones. The ministry also incorporated the fertilizer requirements of farmers into its planning and budgeting purposes. That positive finding must, however, be considered alongside serious weaknesses in quality control, procurement, and distribution. Mr. Speaker, the ministry did not always ensure that fertilizers supplied to farmers met the required specification. The audit identified that in 2021, fertilizers supplied to farmers in some parts of the Upper East region, specifically Garu, Timpani, Boko, Pusiga, and Binduri, did not perform as expected. The required quality inspection had not been undertaken in these affected districts. The fertilizer, according to the Auditor General, were supplied by the Agric Manufacturing Group Limited. And based on their findings, they were asked to replace these fertilizers. The committee was informed that 1,000 was replaced in February 2024, and then the 2,000 was replaced, 2,000 bags of fertilizer was eventually replaced in June 2024 from 2021. Mr. Speaker, while these replacements are welcome, the larger issue remains. Farmers should not have to lose an entire farming season before defective inputs are identified and replaced. Quality assurance must take place before distribution and not after farmers have suffered losses. Mr. Speaker, secondly, the ministry planned to supply approximately 1.5 million metric tons of fertilizer during the audit period, but supplied only 1.02 million metric tons, and this represented just 64.5% of the planned quantity. In 2022, Mr. Speaker, 27 out of the 45 selected suppliers failed to supply any of the quantities allocated to them. Yet the procurement arrangement did not require adequate performance security or bonds to protect the state and the farmers against supplier defaults. Mr. Speaker, the reason was because they used the expression of interest criteria of procurement, and that did not require a performance bond or performance security. And so that affected the supply of fertilizer in the year 2022. Mr. Speaker, thirdly, fertilizers which ought to have been available by February were frequently delivered from May onwards. This was after the commencement of planting and after the optimal period for fertilizer application. Mr. Speaker, the audits noted that usually the farming season began in March, and so the ministry is supposed to start the procurement process in October so that by February they can start supplying the farmers with these fertilizers. But what the auditors noted was that the fertilizer came 2-3 months after the farming season. And Mr. Speaker, for a farmer dependent on rainfall, this severely affects production. The committee therefore recommends that the ministry should ensure regular supply of these fertilizers. 2, they should also ensure regular testing of the fertilizers. The Plant Protection and Regulatory Services Directorates should do what is expected of them. We also require that selected suppliers should demonstrate financial and logistical capacity to perform, and also require appropriate performance bonds in fertilizer supply contracts. We also want to ask the ministry to develop contingency arrangements to address international shortages and price disruptions whenever they occur, and also include clear delivery dates and structured payment arrangements in future contracts. Mr. Speaker, the central lesson from this audit is that agriculture, in the form of access and availability of fertilizer, must be judged by what reaches the farmer, not merely by what appears in a procurement plan. Fertilizer must be of the right quality, supplied in the right quantity, and delivered at the right time. So, Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I respectfully urge the House to adopt the report and its recommendations. Thank you very much.
Honourable members, motion move, report presented. Any seconder? Yes, Honourable Atamils.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to second the motion, and in so doing, just talk about a few of the highlights. Just like the chairperson said, this was the scope of the audit covered January 2019 to December 2023, and it focused on the ministry's procurement and distribution of fertilizers. Some of the issues that we found were the fertilizers not being delivered on time, which the chairperson has already spoken about. The auditors found that for the audit period, the quantity of fertilizers the ministry supplied did not meet the planned quantities. And management response was the global fertilizer market was disrupted in 2021 because of COVID-19 pandemic. I hope we don't have another COVID to delay the supply of these fertilizers. The delay in the delivery, management also responded that management indicated the measures have been instituted to ensure the timely delivery of inputs to smallholder farmers. And with these few words, Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Honourable members, motion moved and seconded. It is for the consideration of the House. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to comment on this motion. Mr. Speaker, in considering on the motion before this House to adopt the report of the Public Accounts Committee on the performance audit of the Auditor General on the availability and accessibility of fertilizers to smallholder farmers, Mr. Speaker, I want to stress on a point made in the report, which is contained in paragraphs 3 and 4, on the need for fertilizers to be properly assessed through soil testing and ecological zoning, Mr. Speaker. On this note, Mr. Speaker, I want to commend the Ministry for adopting what we call the evidence-based planning. Today, they are encouraging continuous nationwide soil mapping and periodic updates as soil conditions change. Mr. Speaker, Madam Chair talked about some quality assurance failures that led to defective fertilizer reaching farmers. And the figure 3,000 bags supplied in the Upper East region, which did not meet specifications. Mr. Speaker, there's a need for a call for independent quality testing before fertilizers leave their ports and before distribution to farmers. Mr. Speaker, suppliers should be held responsible and accountable for defective products. Mr. Speaker, that said, it's important to also stress the point that quality should never be sacrificed. Mr. Speaker, supplying substandard fertilizers undermines the productivity and erodes farmers' confidence. And a robust quality assurance regime is just as important as increasing supply. And this is what we are urging the Ministry of Agriculture to consider. Mr. Speaker, another point I want to stress is the need to support local fertilizer production. Mr. Speaker, somewhere 2-3 years ago, a company in this country called Glofet launched a local manufacturing fertilizer production house somewhere in Nsawam. Mr. Speaker, there's a need to encourage local blending and manufacturing of fertilizers to reduce exposure to international supply disruptions, because we all know the effect of the Russian-Ukraine war on the fertilizer supply chain. Most of our fertilizers come from that enclave, and once it is disrupted, our farmers now continue to suffer. Mr. Speaker, there's also the need to strengthen contract management in the fertilizer distribution value chain. The audit shows that the procurement is not merely about awarding contracts, and it's important that we ensure suppliers deliver the right product in the right quantity and at the right time. Mr. Speaker, performance bonds and supplier evaluations should become the standard practice. And Mr. Speaker, on this note, I urge the House to adopt this report, ably moved by the chairperson of the Public Accounts Committee of Ghana. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate, I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of the motion, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is accordingly adopted. Yes, available leader.
Mr. Speaker, we are left with motion number 20.
Very well. Motion
After
number
that, we'll
20.
see to other paper addendum.
Chairperson of the committee, you may move motion number 20.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this Honourable House adopts the report of the Public Accounts Committee on the follow-up report of the Auditor General on 3 performance audits concerning 1, the regulation of small-scale mining for a sustainable environment, 2, the sustainability of sports stadia in Ghana, and 3, the administration of scholarship by Get Fund. Mr. Speaker, those reports was laid in the House on 3rd July 2025 in accordance with the Constitution. It was referred to the Public Accounts Committee. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Order 2294 of the Standing Orders, the ranking member, Mr. Samuel Atamils, chaired the consideration of this report for the period ending 2024, which relates to the period of the administration of the chairperson. Mr. Speaker, the committee is grateful to the honourable ministers responsible for lands and natural resources, sports and education, and their deputies, as well as their technical team, for attending upon the Public Accounts Committee. I'd also like to acknowledge the support of the Auditor General and Ghana GTV, Parliament TV, and other media houses in helping us carry out our activities. Mr. Speaker, the committee found that the Minerals Commission and the Environmental Protection Agency had fully implemented 25 out of the 29 recommendations that the auditors recommended to them in the 2019 report. And there were four remaining recommendations
Honorable
that had been
Chairperson,
implemented
let the Hansard
partially.
capture the entire report as you read the conclusion. The Hansard should capture the entire report as you take
So I
us
should
through
go ahead,
the conclusion.
yes, and conclude. Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, a follow-up audit is important because the value of an audit lies not merely in identifying the problem, but also in ensuring that corrective measures are taken as recommended. The record before the House is mixed. There has been substantial progress in the regulation of the small-scale mining, limited progress in the administration of GET Fund scholarships, and insufficient progress in the maintenance and commercial management of the national stadia. The committee therefore urges the responsible institutions to complete the outstanding actions with definite timelines and reports on their implementation to the House. Well, Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I respectfully urge the House to adopt the report and its recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you. Motion ably moved. Report presented. Any seconder?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to second the motion. Motion 20, raised by the chair lady of the committee. And in so doing, I'll just make one comment. Sustainability of sports stadia in Ghana. In 2008, Ghana hosted the 26th edition of the Africa Cup of Nations. To provide venues that met the standards of the tournament, government refurbished 2 stadia in Accra and Kumasi and doubled the seating capacity of each from 20,000 to 40,000 spectators. Government also constructed the Sekendi Takrady Esipon and Tamale Aliu Muhammad Sports Stadia to 20,000 spectators each. 6 years after the tournament, there were public outcry about the fast deteriorating state of the stadia. For example, scoreboards had stopped working, steel beams were rusting, and playing fields needed fresh turf. This is very serious when we come to spending so much money by the government to refurbish all these, and just 6 years after that, these things have deteriorated. I just hope and pray that when we are refurbishing these areas or building new stadia, we'll do it the way that is supposed to be done. With these few words, Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Yes, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. I rose to speak or make a comment on the earlier statement ably delivered by the chairman of the Public Accounts Committee, my chairman. But I failed to catch your eye. With your leave, I want to just make a brief comment owing to the importance of what contributions smallholder farmers make to the economy of our nation.
No, you can only speak to this motion.
Mr. Speaker?
Yes.
On that note, I'd like to step down my comment.
Very well, very well. Yes, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to comment on the report ably submitted or moved by the chairperson of this committee. Mr. Speaker, it's gratifying to report to the House that
when your committee sat on these findings, we found out that the Minerals Commission and the Environmental Protection Agency implemented 25 out of the 29 recommendations, which clearly demonstrates the follow-up audits and the need and the point that follow-up that can drive institutional reforms. Mr. Speaker, some of the recommendations that are standing are some of the reclamation bonds that are yet to be submitted to us. We also lack functioning district mining committees. Mr. Speaker, the mercury rates for safer gold processing is also an issue. And it is for this reason why we are urging this House, or we are urging the EPA and the Minerals Commission to ensure that all mining licensed miners post reclamation bonds. We are also recommending to the EPA and the Minerals Commission to fully operationalize district mining committees. And we are also recommending to the EPA and the Minerals Commission to scale up the mercury-free mining technology. Mr. Speaker, I can see that the Deputy Minister for Lands and Natural Resources is here and is eager to listen to what we are saying. Mr. Speaker, on this note, I want to use this opportunity to urge his ministry, and for that matter, Minerals Commission, to furnish this House with all mining licenses that have been approved. And we want to know the duration of these mining licenses, both local mining licenses and international ones. We really would want to know. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I rise to urge this House to adopt this motion ably moved by the chairperson of this committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I rise to contribute to the report of the Public Accounts Committee on the follow-up report of the Auditor General on 3 performance audits. Mr. Speaker, specifically, I would want to focus first on the sustainability of sports stadia in Ghana, which is contained in page 2 of the report. Mr. Speaker, as a member of the Public Accounts Committee, indeed the committee had extensive discussions on the management and the maintenance of sports facilities in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, as noted in the committee's report, in the year 2008, Ghana had the opportunity to host the 26th edition of the Africa Cup of Nations. And Mr. Speaker, since 2008, all the facilities that the government invested in to make us or enable us host this tournament, many of these facilities are no more functioning or do not even meet the requirement. In fact, in the year 2024, Mr. Speaker, at a point in time, CAF had announced that there is no single sports facility in Ghana that met the international standards, to the extent that at the point, CAF threatened to let Ghana play our home matches outside the country, which indeed was very, very, very shameful to us as a country, to the extent that we were exploring the opportunity to play our home matches in neighboring Togo or Burkina Faso. Mr. Speaker, the problem really is not that governments have not invested in sports infrastructure enough, but it is much about the fact that the maintenance of these facilities has really not been the best. Mr. Speaker, I would want to urge the National Sports Authority to take a critical look at how these facilities are managed and maintained, so that across our regions, Mr. Speaker, we should be able to have standard sports facilities that international matches can be played on. Mr. Speaker, today we are all talking about the performance of countries like Egypt and Morocco at the World Cup. And it can be linked also to their investment in sports infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, when you go to a place like Morocco, almost every community has some standard pitch that the young boys and girls are using to train. But in Ghana, our story is not, I mean, Mr. Speaker, is nothing to write home about. For example, Mr. Speaker, I am a member of parliament from Ketu North in the Volta region. Mr. Speaker, it will surprise you to know that the entire region, the only sports facility that the whole sports stadium, which, Mr. Speaker, is supposed to be the regional sports stadium, is not fit for purpose. With a little rain, Mr. Speaker, no sports activity can go on even in that stadium. It is same for many other regions. The OT region, we cannot boast of a standard stadium to host international matches. We are told, Mr. Speaker, this morning by the sports minister, is reported in the media that we have won the bid to host the Under-20 World Cup. But the question is, beyond winning the bid and organizing or investing in hosting these games, what strategies are we putting in place to maintain these facilities? Recently, Mr. Speaker, during the All-African Games, a lot of money went into building the Boteman Sports Complex. Mr. Speaker, if you visit that site today, it is nothing good to write home about. I think that this House should consider, Mr. Speaker, asking the right authority, the stakeholders, to give us a report on how best they will be managing these sports facilities for the country. Mr. Speaker, having said that, I pray that both sides of the House will adopt the report from the Public Accounts Committee as a true reflection of the work that we did over the period. Thank you.
Yes. Honorable Chirako.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to contribute to the report from the Public Accounts Committee. Mr. Speaker, the issues, I would like to start from the sports stadium, move on to Get Fund, and come to small scale and EPA. Mr. Speaker, when you start with the issue of Get Fund, supporting education in all its spheres, I believe that one area that has actually put Ghana in the limelight and sometimes in the bad news has to do with scholarship management, especially foreign scholarships. And I believe that it is time that Get Fund, in the same way that these days they are supporting fully the feeding of SHS people, should start also supporting the scholarship secretariat properly, instead of trying to also administer the same scholarships. On the issue of stadium, Mr. Speaker, I believe that it is time Ghana commercializes all its stadiums. Because, Mr. Speaker, we are just not taking good care of them. I mean, it's problematic that in this country, the stadiums are not well looked after. And if you, it's working. They are not well looked after. Mr. Speaker, last year, just after losing the election, I just took a decision to pass through the Boteman Sports Stadium, which was very fresh. There was nobody there. Even taking care, there was no security to even take care of that expensive infrastructure we built at Boteman. Recently, it was in the news that common weeding around the stadium has become problematic. So if we start this attitude of low maintenance or poor quality maintenance of the things that we spend so much money on, Mr. Speaker, I think that we are not doing ourselves any good. And I believe that it is time that the National Sports Authority take a firm decision in making sure that we commercialize these stadiums so that they appropriately charge well and also maintain them well based on certain benchmarks that might develop for them. Mr. Speaker, on the issue of small-scale mining and EPA for environmental sustainability, Mr. Speaker, even though you can see that they've made mention that they have implemented 25 out of the 29 proposals from the Auditor General, Mr. Speaker, there are a few issues I believe that we need to look at. Mr. Speaker, the report on item 5 on the Minerals Commission and EPA, they are supposed to add more staff in the issuing of licenses. But, Mr. Speaker, we all know that it still takes about 3, 4, 5 years for people to get their licensing. And that is why I've always called for that we decentralize fully the issuing of licenses for small-scale mining activities in every part of this country. Mr. Speaker, if we take the issue of district mining committee, They say that they have partially discharged it. But Mr. Speaker, I'll tell you, even those that are fully active, they hardly play any significant role in the issuing of these licenses and monitoring and evaluation of these mining operations. So virtually, in the district, it's like the EPA and the Mineral Commission are just absent. They only show up as if they are just a task force. They just come, leave, and the people do anything that they like. And that is why I'll call for the assignment of one engineer for every license that is issued. In fact, immediately the lease is issued, you should assign an engineer. And I believe that that can give us a lot of employment for even our engineers in this country. Those who have not done specifically maybe geology or geological engineering, whatever, can be upgraded so they can fit that purpose to make sure that for every license that we issue. So right from beginning, whether the person is doing prospecting, whether the person is doing proper mining or whatever, we should be able to have an engineer right from the onset to monitor that person for us. And I believe that if you look at the revenues we're able to generate from mining, we should be able to easily fund this budget. Mr. Speaker, if we take the issue of mercury thought to support those who have been using mercury.
Honourable Member, in conclusion.
Okay. This country has committed itself to the Minamata Convention. And I believe that we should start looking at new technology like the Sikabuchia, which was developed by Ghana at UMAT, and then also the one from Gold Catcher, which was implemented previously. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, since my time is up, I'd like to stop here for the rest to continue. Thank you very much.
Yes, Honorable Deputy Minister for Lands and Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful for the opportunity to contribute to these reports submitted by the Public Accounts Committee. Mr. Speaker, let me start with the issue of sports, even though that is not my area. But just to corroborate what my colleague just said, I don't know what took me to the Botema Stadium last week. For some reasons, I just drove and going around to, as it were, observe what was happening there. I was amazed to see that beautiful building more or less going waste. Grasses everywhere. And I was wondering and asking myself questions, that if this was for an individual, if this was for a private organization, are we going to leave it this way? Clearly, there is a need for us to take a second look at how we manage public property. What we don't realize is that the monies used in building these facilities are our own monies. These monies that could have been used to take care of our children in education, these monies that could have been used to build schools and build hospitals and clinics. Yet we thought that sports is a very important thing to do. And so for us to invest this much money into this area and allow it to go rotten is something that I think we have to take a second look at. And so sometimes my worry is we talk about it here, and when we leave here, nothing happens. A time has come when we will have to speak the truth and tell those responsible to do what is needful. And so I think that the managers of the stadia across the country must wake up. And if there's a need for any money to be devoted to them, or if there's a need for us to find a way of commercializing these facilities so that we can generate funds to maintain them, we do it. So, Mr. Speaker, that is what I want to say on this issue of sustainability of our sports facilities. Mr. Speaker, let me now make reference to point 80 of the report, which talks about the EPA and also
the Minerals Commission. Mr. Speaker, this is a report dated 2019. And some recommendations were made for EPA as well as Minerals Commission to implement. And at the time that we met the committee, about 25 out of 29 of those recommendations were fully implemented. Today, I can report to you that the rest of the recommendations have also been fulfilled. Mr. Speaker, let me also talk about the issue of the need for us to have more hands to monitor activities that goes on so far as mining is concerned, especially at the district levels. I think the EPA is on his way in realizing this vision of getting officers across the whole country. They are not there yet, but some improvement is being made. They've been able to recruit people on contracts, and recently they've been able to even, as it were, confirm some to be permanent workers. And so if we give them the necessary support, I'm sure they'll be able to employ many more hands to help us. Mr. Speaker, the other truth is that whilst we are looking for engineers to go and do this work at the district levels, it is quite expensive, even though one would say that it's not as expensive as the damage that we are experiencing. But it is the chicken and chicken and egg situation. Which one do you address first? The monies are not there for you to be able to employ more hands so that they can bring you the revenue to continue. Do you go take loan and come and do it? And when we want to take loan and come here, you know the repercussions of taking loans. So this is where we have found ourselves. But I can assure you that the government is doing very well in ensuring that we are able to gradually get competent people to man all these offices. Mr. Speaker, truth be told, when this report was discussed, we realized that many of the community committees that were supposed to be formed were not in place. And so the ministry is working hard to ensure that every district where mining is taking place, the committee is not only formed, but the committee becomes functional. And so we are on it and want to assure you that it will come to pass. Mr. Speaker, one thing that came out clearly when we met the committee was the issue of the absence of reclamation bonds. Many people get licenses to go and mine, and they don't sign any reclamation bond. And so when they succeed in destroying the environment and they run away, there's nothing for you to use to reclaim the land. And this is something that we are calling on each one of us here to help us be able to address. That anybody who takes a license to go and mine must necessarily have a reclamation bond signed. So that when you devastate the environment and there's a need for it to be reclaimed, there's some money sitting somewhere for government to be able to use it. So we have spoken to EPA, and the EPA is taking this seriously. And I believe that if we assist them, they will do a good job for us. Mr. Speaker, we have come to realize that the whole mining industry needs some kind of reforms in terms of laws, in terms of policies. And that is exactly what we are doing. Very soon, the minister will be coming here to lay a bill, which bill will amend Act 703 and ensure that we are able to bring our laws to date so that we can respond to the needs of the environment, so that we can reduce the number of months or years that it takes somebody to be able to get a license. We need to reduce all those things because those are the things that really give way for people to go and involve themselves in wrongdoing, in illegal mining. Because if it's taking me 2 years to get a license, why should I be waiting for 2 years to get a license to go and mine? So the reforms, very soon the minister is coming here, those reforms will help us to be able to shorten the period. We have also spoken about the issue of
giving a license to somebody, a mining lease to somebody, a company, for 30 years. We think that we are going to reduce this. When we reduce it, we will be able to make good use of our natural resources. Again, before I sit, let me talk about a request that my colleague, the MP of Impriasu, made, that the minister should come here and tell them the number of applications, the number of mining licenses that are in the system. I think he's been here for some time now, and he should know that this is not a platform to use to request for such information. What you can do, and this is free consultation, I won't take anything, you are my friend, is for you to go to the table office. There's a small sheet there. Pick that sheet. If you have never filed any question, I can get somebody from our side here, and I'll let Honorable Adam to teach you, Adam to teach you how to file a question. Adam will teach you how to fill the form and where to take the form to. And then he will guide you as to how to answer to ask the question when the minister is here. Then you can get your information. I think, let me thank the committee for doing a good job. Somebody was trying to find out why I was talking about mineral side and not the sports. I started with the sports before I veered into the mineral side. So, the Deputy Minister for Finance,
for Lands and Natural
when I'm
Resources,
talking, you open your ears. Mr. Speaker, I'm very grateful.
Thank you. Yes, Honorable Anodompre.
Speaker, we are being urged to encourage colleagues for the adoption of this report of the Public Accounts Committee. Speaker, this has been a cycle that has been run severally in this House. Reports of the Public Accounts Committee on audit reports of the Auditor General is not new to this House. However, there are a few observations I wish to bring to the attention of this House. Speaker, the Deputy Minister is a good friend who is friendly to the environment. I know he's not harmful to the environment, he's friendly. His narrative and his speeches speak to that. I only want to focus on constitutional imperative. So that this report could be adopted. And bear with me, and so what? We adopt this report, and what happens? We've been adopting this report severally. What different approach or different actions should we be seen to be taking? That, for me, is the thrust of the question. Key issues have been raised. Matters on sustainable mining, matters on scholarship secretariat. Now, it's not for nothing that we passed the EPA bill into an act to make it an authority. Now, this reclamation bond we are talking about, the EPA themselves, they also have some of it. They have it. Yes, they have some of the funding and the money. That necessary oxygen, what has the EPA been doing over the years with this money? And it's important we ask all these questions. There are provisions. I was just having a quiet engagement with my chief whip, who has also followed these matters. He's been a veteran on the Public Account Committee, so he knows the issues. Provisions of Article 1844 of the Constitution, and then 1876, even though they are similar, they point to a certain functionality on this House. Over the years, many years gone by, we've never actualized this. And I think the time has come for us to revert our minds to this provision. And they are constitutional provisions. It's not a provision in an act of parliament or maybe a regulation. It's a constitutional provision. And we can lament and put ashes on ourselves, laments the whole day about what things being done or things being undone. Unless we bring ourselves to this function and perform them as part of our oversight, we will not be seen as working. So we are from 1992, the records show that we have never put together this committee which is required of us by the Constitution. We have never done it. You go to the Botema Sports Complex, put out there, and I'm told it's been abandoned for want of a better word. It's been abandoned. Sustainable mining, a lot of issues. The reclamation bond, big issue. It is not for nothing that we passed the Scholarship Act bill into an act to decentralize the Scholarship Secretariat. There are still issues pending. And if we cannot be working as a house to follow through to these concerns, then it becomes laborious that we just talk about Public Accounts Committee, we debate it, we adopt the report, and nothing comes of it. I wish to bring this matter up at leadership level and for us to appreciate it better and see how we can deal with these matters. Enough of the debate and enough of the lamentation. There should be some more action in terms of oversight as required by the Constitution. And I think if we amend our ways, the results will necessarily change. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity and urge members to adopt the report as required of us.
Thank you so much. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, about 3 weeks ago, we watched a video, and I want to invite that gentleman, the Deputy Ranking Member for Lands and Natural Resources. He was with me. Kosi Kunadu. He was there, and he watched the video with me. Mr. Speaker, the kind of destruction which is going on in the mining sites, we have no idea. We have no idea. Mr. Speaker, by the end of the day, we were told that land can never be used to do anything apart from solar farm. Were not there with me?
It's okay.
You go to the mining sites and they'll tell you security reasons. You can't visit the mining site. And you have 2 mining sites put together, less than $3 billion. And as a state, we can raise $3 billion to mine our own resources. And we give this site to foreigners. And they destroy the environment. They are not building schools for the people. Even AstroTurf that we are talking about, they will take the money away. Mr. Speaker, let's put all members of parliament in one room and show them that video. You will cry. So, Mr. Speaker, it's a serious matter we need to deal with. Very, very serious matter. I don't want to mention the names of the mining companies, but they have 2 mines. Put the 2 together, it's less than $3 billion. And we can raise $3 billion. You don't know the investment portfolio. So, Mr. Speaker, the very issue the Chief Whip raised, I want to read the Constitution. Article 187(6). Parliament shall debate the report of the Auditor General and appoint, where necessary, in the public interest, a committee to deal with any matters arising from it. This is public interest. We need to appoint a committee investigate all these matters. We can't be here every year reading and debating and we'll just go to sleep. What is our use? And NDC, NPP, that ends it. Mr. Speaker, put all of us in one room. I will show you the video. And you will cry. No, it's a serious matter. Very, very serious matter. So the time has come for us to rise up against all these things. So that by the end of the day, we hold people responsible. So the minister, the deputy minister was talking about a reclamation bond. Whose duty it is to make sure the environment is protected? EPA will give the permits, but the question is, do they go back to inspect what they are doing? They don't. And we are chasing galamseyers. What these big miners are doing, the galamseyers cannot even do a quarter of it. So, Mr. Speaker, the House must set up the necessary committees to investigate into these matters so that we can protect our environment. I thank you very much for the opportunity.
Honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate, the question is as many as are in favor of the motion say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The motion is accordingly adopted. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, we want to switch to order paper addendum 1. And then the chairman for the Finance Committee is here. Yeah, he will do it.
Very well.
Mr. Speaker, before he comes in, is by the Minister of Finance instead of the chairman of the committee.
Yes. So the motion.
So they should correct it so that the chairman can take.
Yes. Yes. It's the chairman of the committee that will present the report. Yes.
Speaker, we'll focus on the substance, but not the form. There's no problem. But we were on the... Wait, yes, no problem. We were on the original order paper.
Yes.
And Speaker, we just concluded on the last item, that was, I think, item 20, which is a motion which has been taken on page 9. Yes. May I plead with colleagues? The chair for chieftaincy is being careful. No, don't worry. So we will, Speaker, on the same page, there is item 17. Honorable Ampim, for the record, is my good friend. And in the spirit of Eastern solidarity, we will do it for him. But he cannot rush Parliament. Speaker, page 8, item 17. Since it's almost at the same page, we should just dispense of that, and then we can go on the addendum paper. No, I'm not. I'm only suggesting. Speaker, so we should stay on the original order paper and take item 17, after which we can go on to take the order paper addendum, business on the order paper addendum. But you are producing order paper addendum without engaging. That is the problem here.
Yes, the issue is about what business do we take. In the absence of the leadership agreeing, I would defer to...
Mr. Speaker, I'll yield to him. Let's take the 17. After that, we'll come to the other paper addendum.
Item number 17, motion. Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, I move that this Honorable House adopts the report of the Committee on Chieftaincy, Culture, and Religious Affairs on the annual statement by the Audit Committee of the National Theatre of Ghana for the year 2024. Mr. Speaker, in so doing, I'd like to present the report of the committee, which was considered on the 31st of December 2020, at the end of 2025. Mr. Speaker, in considering the committee's report held with the Executive Director of the National Theatre and the Honorable Minister for Tourism, Arts and Culture, we did examine the mandate, the governance, the financial management, as well as the internal controls of the National Theatre, and also the resident companies, that is the Ghana Dance Ensemble, as all captured in the report. And I will urge that the table also cut the entire report as given. Mr. Speaker, in looking at the committee's report, there were some few recommendations that we want the House to consider. One was on the management strength and the financial reporting, which needed to be complied with per the Public Financial Management Act. Mr. Speaker, we also looked at the expenditure as classified and disclosed as such, and we wanted the agency to also follow strictly the Procurement Act, that is the Public Procurement Act. Mr. Speaker, we also realized that internal controls over IGF, bar operation, and venue rentals needed to be tightened. We also realized there were a lot of outstanding rental arrears that needed to be vigorously recovered for the agency. Mr. Speaker, we also realized that there were issues with CAPEX, and as such, the National Theatre need a lot of support to be able to operate and support our cultural issues. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, notwithstanding the number of irregularities, that is about 25 of such audit recommendations, and realizing that 24 of the recommendations have been fully implemented, we believe that the committee also believe if the agency is given enough funding with adequate oversight, they will be able to support the ministry to achieve its mandates. And as such, the National Theatre will be able to fulfill the mandate of promoting Ghanaian culture through performing arts. I therefore move that this Honorable House adopt the report of the Committee on Chieftaincy, Culture and Religious Affairs on the 2024 Audit Committee's report, as well as the annual report and audited financial statement of the National Theatre of Ghana for the year ended 31st December 2024. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
All members, motion move, report presented. Any seconder? Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion and of the report of the committee. And in doing so, Mr. Speaker, I have a few observations that I would like to make. First, paragraph 9.8. We realize that the National Theatre lacked a lot of partnerships to support its work. And we believe that it is time that they have a strategic plan to court strategic partners to support the activities of the various companies in the National Theatre. Because we realize that the work of the various companies at the National Theatre are doing a marvelous job of telling the story of Ghana and promoting Ghana. Mr. Speaker, the other issues we have also realized was that the external auditors, not the internal audits, the Ghana Audit Service, seem not to be doing a lot of oversight at the National Theatre. And we believe that That is one of the reasons why they've not been kept on their toes in making sure that their accounting are done well. Because, Mr. Speaker, what we realized was that even their internal auditor actually used to also work for other places, and therefore they found it so difficult to supporting the work they were doing. Mr. Speaker, last but not least, the capacity of their accounting department or audits, internal audits, we realized that it was also very weak. And we believe that it is time that the ministry do whatever it takes to support in training and building the capacity of the very few people who are working as internal audits at the National Theatre. With these few words, Mr. Speaker, I believe that with the support of the ministry, their infrastructure can be upgraded and renovated so that they can keep giving the services that they are giving to this country. Thank you very much.
All members, motion moved and seconded. It is for the consideration of the House. At the conclusion of the debate, I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of the motion, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is accordingly adopted. Should we proceed to take motion number 16? Very well. Yes, available leader.
Mr. Speaker, we are now switching to order paper addendum.
Very well.
For the chairman to present, lay the paper and present the committee's report.
Very well. Honourable members, at the commencement of public business, presentation of papers, item numbered 1 on order paper addendum. Chairman of the committee.
Report of the Finance Committee on the contract agreement between the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Finance, and Wardens and Commonalty of the Ministry of Mercers in respect of the renewal of head lease for Regina House, London, United Kingdom, which provides accommodation for Ghana International Bank.
Honourable members, report has been duly presented. It is for distribution to the honourable members. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that motion number 2 on today's order paper addendum be moved now.
Honourable members, motion move and seconded.
I write to second the motion.
Honourable members, motion move and seconded. It is for the consideration of the House. This is a procedural motion. The question is, as many as are in favor, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. The motion number 2 on the order paper addendum is hereby adopted. Yes, consequential motion number 3. Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, I move that this Honourable House adopts the report of the Finance Committee on the contract agreement between the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Finance, and Wardens and Commonalty of the Ministry of Mercers in respect of the renewal of the head lease for Regina House, London, United Kingdom, which provides accommodation for Ghana International Bank. Mr. Speaker, I then move to present the committee's report. The committee met with the Minister for Finance, Dr. Kisiel Atoba Forson, the Honorable Deputy Minister for Finance, Mr. Thomas Nyako Ampim, and the technical team from the Ministry of Finance to assist with the referral. Mr. Speaker, the Regina House is a property occupied by the Ghana International Bank. The current head lease was granted by the wardens and communality of the Ministry of Messers of City of London to the Government of Ghana acting through the President, which commenced in September 1937 and expires in September 2027. In 2022, the ministers, the head leaders, indicated their willingness to negotiate further terms for the Government of Ghana on the 5th of March 2026 through the and Ghana International Bank through the Capital Real Estate Partners as informal commercial real estate advisors submitted an offer for the lease extension. The ministers then formally approved the Government of Ghana's offer on the 20th of March 2026. On observation, Mr. Speaker, the committee made the following observations.
Honourable Chairman of the committee, Hansard captured, and in conclusion.
Mr. Speaker, I will proceed to the conclusion and request that Hansard captures the entire report as though same has been read in the House. The committee therefore recommends to the House to adopt the report and ratify the contract agreement between the Government of Ghana as represented by the Minister of Finance and wardens and communality of the Messers of Messers in respect of the renewal of head lease for Regina House, London, United Kingdom, which provides accommodation for Ghana International Bank in accordance with Article 181(5) of the 1992 Constitution and by the standing orders of the House. Respectfully submitted, Mr. Speaker.
All members, motion ably moved. Any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, I would like to second the motion and make a few comments on your committee's report. Mr. Speaker, at the committee meeting, we were made to understand that even the 5th floor of the facility is vacant. So reviewing the agreement will give us the opportunity to also rent out the 5th floor, and within 12 and a half years, we can be able to recoup the investment that we are going to make for acquiring that property. And it is at the prime area in London. So there's no way we should let this property go. So we're convinced at the committee level that there's something we have to take a quick decision and make sure that at least we get some investment from this. And this time around, every process that we get from this property, the Control Accountant General and the Minister of Finance will be in the know. So that by the end of the day, we know that we've invested so much and so much has been recouped from that investment. So I think this is a very good initiative from the Ministry of Finance, which all of us must support. At the committee level, nobody disagreed with anything that we said over there. So I call members to support this report and make sure that we take a decision to own this property. I thank you very much for the opportunity.
Honourable members, motion moved and seconded. It is for the consideration of the House. Yes, Honourable Boma.
I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to comment on the report of your committee dealing with a contract agreement between the Government of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Finance, and then the wardens and communality of the Ministry of Messers in respect of the renewal of the head lease for Regina House in the United Kingdom. Mr. Speaker, the Regina House was originally granted as far back as 1937, predating Ghana's independence. And this is a property that Ghana leased to conduct some business in London. Mr. Speaker, it has become very necessary for government to commence negotiation to review or to renew the leasehold for another 150 years. Mr. Speaker, the lease for 150 years, which is supposed to cost the state about £17 million, is quite reasonable because from the report and the analysis that we received, it will take about 12 and a half years for the state to recoup its investment. Mr. Speaker, currently the Regina House houses the Ghana International Bank. And then we have leased part of the properties to other agencies. On a monthly basis, on a yearly basis, we're able to recoup in terms of rent about £1.3 million. The fifth floor of the Regina House is currently unoccupied. But the challenge with the management of Regina House as then has to do with who has oversight responsibility over that property. It came to the attention of the committee that revenue or income that comes through the rental was then being administered by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. So Ministry of Finance didn't have oversight to be able to pull that resource into government coffers and then properly determine how the expenditure should be made. So the Minister of Finance has indicated to this House and the committee that they are going to ensure that Controller and Accountant General takes visibility and collects the rent so that government will know how it utilizes it. Mr. Speaker, one issue that also we need to consider is the maintenance of that property and the cost that goes into its maintenance. The Minister for Finance, in briefing the committee, indicated that they are going to get some company that will maintain that property at a cost of around 140,000 or so, or it will be negotiated. And if that is done, it will be able to afford us the ability to keep that property in good shape. Mr. Speaker, what is important for us at this stage is that we need to also look at reutilizing the investment that comes out of the Regina House to buy more properties for the state in UK. Because if this property is going for 150 years, and it will take us about 12 years to recoup the investment, it means that beyond 12 to 13 years, up to the next 100 years, a lot more revenue will be accruing from rental. And so it is my position and suggestion, and it came up at the committee level, that those income that comes beyond the 12 years be ring-fenced so that government can take a position in buying more properties or investing in properties in UK so that when we have the opportunity of traveling outside this country, we will be able to either get accommodation for state officials, amongst others. Mr. Speaker, without more, I believe that if you look at the terms of the head lease and the fact that if we don't renew it, we are going to lose such a prime property in UK. We on the Finance Committee and your committee are convinced that it is the way to go. And so I will urge on this House that we all come together and approve of this agreement so that government can secure the Regina House for its usage. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Yes, Deputy Minister for Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just want to thank the committee and the members who contributed in support of this motion for stating the case clearly. Mr. Speaker, as they said, this asset is one of the assets that the colonial administration handed over to us. We have held the property for almost a century now, from 1937, and it is due to expire next year in 2027. The Ghana International Bank, which is one of the occupants of the facility, together with Ghana High Commission, have taken steps to approach the Mercers to negotiate for the renewal of the lease. And it is that we have brought before this House. And the request is for us to get approval to renew the lease for another 150 years. Mr. Speaker, the property is in a prime location in the heart of London, and it has been the face of Ghana for many years. And so we believe that it is important for us to renew the lease for Ghana International Bank to continue to operate, to deepen our financial services in the United Kingdom. Mr. Speaker, as was said earlier, there are other occupants, other tenants in the building. And so far, even though one whole floor is empty, unoccupied, rental income derived from those who are in occupancy at the moment is about £1.4 million a year. And so we believe that within a period of 12 and a half years, we will be able to pay the entire £17.25 million that we are going to use for the payment of the lease for 150 years. Government has taken a decision that the rental income will be accumulated and it will be used to acquire other strategic properties in the United Kingdom to enhance the image of Ghana and to promote the work of our country in the United Kingdom. And so I want to ask all of us to support this and to give the mandate to the Ministry of Finance and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, represented by the High Commission, to proceed to engage the Mercers to conclude the arrangement for the renewal of the head lease. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, honourable members. At the conclusion of the debate, I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of the motion, say aye. Those against, say no. Honourable members, the motion is accordingly adopted. We now move to resolution number 4 on the order paper, addendum page 2. Minister for Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that resolution number 4 on today's order paper addendum be taken now. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Resolution ably moved. Any seconder? Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Resolution moved and seconded. It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, this is a consequential resolution. I will therefore put a question. As many as are in favor, say aye. Those against, say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The consequential resolution at page 2 of the order paper addendum is accordingly adopted. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, we'll take motion number 5 and 6 on the order paper addendum.
Motion number 5. Chairman of the committee, you may move the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that item 5, page 3, on order paper addendum be moved today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Motion moved. Any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Motion moved and seconded. It is for the consideration of the House. This is a procedural motion. The question, therefore, is as many as are in favor of the motion, say aye. As many as are in favor of the motion, say aye. As many as are in favor of the motion, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Now, let's move to motion number 6. Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, that this House adopt the report of the Joint Committee on Economy and Development and Trade, Industry and Tourism on the 24-hour economy and accelerated export development. Mr. Speaker, by so doing, I'll take the committee's report. Mr. Speaker, I will urge the Hansa Department to capture the entire report as having been fully read. Mr. Speaker, by concentrating on the introduction, then I will move through the observations and the recommendation by the committee. Mr. Speaker, I will conclude. Mr. Speaker, the 24-hour economy and accelerated export development program was laid in Parliament on Wednesday, 4th February 2026, by the Majority Leader, Honorable Mahama Yariga, The report was subsequently referred by the Right Honourable Speaker to the Committee on Economy and Development for consideration and report. Mr. Speaker, in considering the referral, the Joint Committee met on Saturday, 14th March 2026, with the Presidential Advisor, Mr. Augustus Kuzi Obodum Tano, of the 24-Hour Economy and Accelerated Export Development Program, and officials from the 24-Hour Secretariat. Mr. Speaker, the committee expressed its profound gratitude to the Presidential Advisor and the officials for their attendance and assistance in the committee's observation. Mr. Speaker, going straight to the observations and recommendations, the committee made the following observations and recommendations during the deliberation. Mr. Speaker, I'll do an outline for the sake of time. The committee found that structural weaknesses of Ghana's economy called for this program. Mr. Speaker, sustainability of viability gap also.
Honorable Member, the Hazard has captured all the reports.
Mr. Speaker, then let me go straight to the conclusion. Having critically examined the report, the committee concludes that the 24-Hour Economy and Accelerated Export Development Program represents a bold and comprehensive policy framework aimed to addressing the long-standing structural constraint of Ghana's economy. Mr. Speaker, the program appropriately targets critical challenges, including over-reliance on raw materials export, high import dependence, limited value addition, weak industrial capacity, and insufficient job creation. The committee is of view that the program integrated value chain approach, linking agriculture, manufacturing, logistics, financing, and skill development provides a viable pathway for transforming Ghana into a productive export-oriented industrial economy. If effectively implemented, the committee will have the potential to enhance domestic production, improve foreign exchange earnings, reduce trade imbalance, and generate sustainable employment, particularly for the youth. Mr. Speaker, the committee, however, emphasized that the success of the program would depend largely on the availability of reliable infrastructure, affordable and sustainable financing, provide sector participation, policy consistency, and stable macroeconomic environment. Mr. Speaker, the committee commends the sponsors of this policy document for fulfilling its constitutional obligation under Article 36(5) of the 1992 Constitution, and accordingly urge the House to adopt this report. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, motion number 6 at page 3 of today's order paper, addendum, ably moved. Any seconder? Yes. Honourable Kojo Oponkruma.
Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. I rise to second the motion that the House adopts this report from your Committee on the Economy and Development. Mr. Speaker, let me start by making the point that this is the first and the only policy document that the government has submitted to this House, apart from the economic policy that it's done for the years gone by. And Mr. Speaker, you will recall that we have on occasion requested that government presents its program documents to this House over and over again. Indeed, on the day that it was laid, the leader of government business acknowledged that we have asked over and over again. We want to encourage the government to please bring all of the other policy documents because we're almost 2 years into their administration. Mr. Speaker, the promise of the 24-hour economy was clear. 1, 3, 3. One job, 3 people, 3 shifts. Mr. Speaker, this government is almost 2 years in office. And in these 2 years, they have appropriated about 650 billion Ghana cedis. That's what this House has appropriated for government to work with. Almost 2 years on, you cannot find one government agency that is applying 1, 3, 3. for all the stories that we were told, for all the analogies that were given, 2 years on, after appropriating about 650 billion Ghana cedis, you cannot find one agency that is operating 133. Mr. Speaker, that is the biggest testimony of the fact that this entire 24-hour economy program that was so well marketed and all the issues that were raised about it, at the end of the day, it is not delivering on what it was promised. Mr. Speaker, as we went through the policy document and looked out for what the next steps were, we were told to look out for two specific things. One is a 24-hour economy market. 24-hour economy market. That's what we are now being told to look out for. And two is a list of incentives which will incentivize the private sector to start operating the 133 shift. I want to speak quickly to these two things that at the end of the day we are now being asked to look forward to. Because, Mr. Speaker, you will recall that the bill that was passed did not provide for all of the items in the shift that were spoken about. So now we are told to look out for these two things. Mr. Speaker, there are markets in this country, in many of these districts, that do not operate 24 hours. In fact, even for those traditional markets, they have to wait for what you often call a market day. Now, the government is going to spend tens of millions of Ghana cedis on building new 24-hour markets with the expectation that nothing new having been done in the economy, just the mere creation of these markets will now cause people to buy and sell in them for 24 hours. Mr. Speaker, we are of the view that it is not a prudent policy measure. That if you want to achieve 133, building 24-hour markets is what will deliver 133. In many of these places, in my district, in Ayirebi where this market is being built, there's already a market that has been constructed which doesn't work for 24 hours. There's a market that has been constructed, like in many of our villages, which has to wait for 1 week, 1 day in the week to function. What is the reason for which we believe that if we spend more money to build a new market, it will now function 24 hours? It beggars belief. Mr. Speaker, now on the question of incentives, again, almost 2 years into this government's tenure, the answer we were given is that they are now working on incentives. It betrays the priorities of this administration, Mr. Speaker, because already you have worked on tribunals bill that you have brought, because it's very important to you. Already, Mr. Speaker, you have removed the Chief Justice because it's very important to you. But when it comes to the incentives that will now allow the private sector to possibly even work for 24 hours, assuming your model will work, the government tells us when we go for committee meeting that they are now working on those incentives. Mr. Speaker, we think it betrays their priorities, and we think that they need to speed up if indeed some incentives will be brought which will give life to the 24-hour economy. Because, Mr. Speaker, they have removed a policy measure, a major economic policy measure.
Honourable member, hold it. Yes, Honourable James.
Mr. Speaker, my colleague made a statement to the effect that they removed the Chief Justice. In that context, they removed, is referring to government. I think he should be corrected. Who removed the Chief Justice? Government didn't remove the Chief Justice. So, Mr. Speaker, let him be corrected. He should withdraw that statement. It's very important. It cannot stand in the record.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker.
Advance your mind to Article 146 and then do the needful.
Mr. Speaker, if it is his pleasure that I withdraw that, I'm happy to do so. Everybody in this country knows what has transpired. So if you don't want it on the record, I don't have a problem with it. Mr. Speaker, now, what is at stake is that they have removed a policy measure, the one district, one factory policy, and have replaced it with this 24-hour economy policy. Mr. Speaker, the National Development Planning Commission of the Republic of Ghana reports in the annual progress report for 2024, which was published in June 2025, that there were 150 one district, one factories operating. It's not my report, it's the NDPC's report. Earlier today, the Chief Whip was suggesting that somebody has not read. I don't want to say that those who are surprised may not have seen the report. It's in the report. The NDP's report says at least 150 of the 1D1Fs were functioning as at the end of 2024. The policy architecture in place that would have given birth to a lot more has been removed. And now we are replacing it with a 24-hour economy policy, which is now, we are told, hinged on a 24-hour economy, market, and incentives that are yet to be birthed. Mr. Speaker, as we support the motion that this House should adopt this report, our recommendation, our advice includes the fact that this administration should go back to the 1D1F program. Go back to that program. And if you have specific issues that you think you can amend in that program, correct it. Because 2 years after you took away that program, your replacement program is not delivering any new factories, is not delivering your 24-hour economy, is not delivering your 1-3-3 shift as you promised. And Mr. Speaker, every day that we stay without an industrial program of this nature, which will incentivize the private sector to create more factories and create more jobs, every one of those days, the opportunity cost is hundreds of thousands of young Ghanaians who are sitting at home without jobs. The last time we shared with you the data on youth unemployment. The source is the Statistical Service of the Republic of Ghana, which says that youth unemployment is now at 32.4%. You asked me for the source, I've given you. Every day we stay without an industrial policy, that we have suspended 1D1F, and we are waiting for 24-hour economy, the youth are out there without jobs. And so, Mr. Speaker, I conclude by saying, while we support the report to be approved by this House, our recommendation is that go back to the 1D1F. And if there are specifics that you want to correct in it, correct it, because that policy at least was helping to ensure that these factories were being created. Within that policy architecture, Mr. Speaker, you will recall, incentives were given to automobile companies to locally assemble cars. You have suspended all of those as part of the reset. And today, the automotive companies are complaining that the incentive is gone. So we encourage you, go back to it, correct whatever errors you think you may find. But to suspend it while we are now going to build markets is not in the best interest of the Ghanaian economy. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Yes, Honorable Minister responsible for education.
Mr. Speaker, let me thank you for the opportunity to speak to the adoption of the report on the 24-hour economy and accelerated export development program of President Mahama. And Mr. Speaker, to assure my colleague who just spoke, that President Mahama's 24-hour economy goes beyond a 24-hour market, and that the initiative of the Minister for Local Government to do the 24-hour economy market is only to stimulate and support domestic retail trade within Ghanaian local markets across the country. That is just a component of the accelerated export development program. Then, Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Kojo Opon Nkrumah, Honorable Kojo, read Article 36, and with your Speaker, Mr. Speaker, with your indulgence, I quote, I heard the Honorable Kojo Opon say that this government have not presented any policy document to this House, with the exception of 24-hour economy. Yes, whatever it is, you are wrong and it's inaccurate, and you are misleading this House. Mr. Speaker, President Mahama and government have honored our pledge to the Ghanaian people in Article 36(5), which states, and I read, for the purposes of the foregoing clauses of this article, within 2 years after assuming office, the President shall present to Parliament a coordinated program of economic and social development policies. Emphasis my economic and social development policies. As far back February, this policy document and blueprint was presented to this August House. No, we have. Look, no, Mr. I'll even quote the date. I think 18 February. Go back to your file. Look, Mr. Speaker, I'll give you more details. The President was in Lusaka, Zambia, when his attention was drawn to this matter. And then he reached out to the majority leader who assured him that that document had been laid before Parliament. So it has been laid accordingly and referred. So to say that there is no policy document before this House, you are misleading this House. I'm aware that it has been laid.
Honorable Minister for Education.
Yes, it was laid.
What is your point of order?
Mr. Speaker, rather on a point of information, please forgive me. You know I usually don't do this.
So once it is point of information, I'll have to ask him whether he's prepared to yield.
If you yield to me to give a point of information.
That is what the rule says.
Yes, so he's saying that he's minded to yield.
Yes, so are you yielding? If you are not, yes. No, the rule says that if it is point of information, the one on the floor must yield. Else, you cannot have the opportunity.
Yes, yielded, Mr. Speaker. He's a very good friend of mine.
Speaker, I'll yield to him so long as his information will be accurate. Thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful. And the Minister is a very good friend of mine, so I'm glad he's yielded. Mr. Speaker, this is a matter I've followed extensively. Article 36(5) requires that 4-year coordinated program of economic and social policies. The one that is being operated, and the chairman of the Economic Committee knows, is the agenda for jobs, which is now truncating. The NDPC has said over and over again that they are in the process of now completing the 4-year plan for the NDC administration, which within 2 years, and that 2 years will end this year, they will submit. I respectfully submit that the reference that the Minister for Education is making is not the 36(5) 4-year program, coordinated program of economic and social policies. It has not been laid before this House. If it has, I'll be happy that a copy is re-invited back onto the floor for us to examine. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, may I request that you request the table office to ensure that a copy of the report is brought into the chamber now to vindicate me, because I will stand strongly and firmly by my words. Because, Mr. Speaker, I can share more with him. I was with the president when Dr. Nimoy Thompson entered the president's office and handed a copy to him. And the president then instructed his secretary, Callistus, to forward same to the Speaker of Parliament. So I cannot be misleading this. I won't do that for any reason. So, Mr. Speaker, I stand by it. But table, 18 February, I'm sure, 18 February, around that period, this particular policy document was laid. And I would add that before I assume my seat. But, Mr. Speaker, let me conclude on 24 hours. Then to respond to him, 1D, 1F. And, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to matters of jobs and jobs creation, let it be above our petty partisanship, because that remains a major threat even to our democracy, to our national security, and to the well-being of our young people. So I'm with him when he says that we should implement policies that assures young people of the opportunity for jobs. But to behave as if 1D, 1F delivered it, no. How much did you spend on 1D, 1F? You recall that, Mr. Speaker, in this chamber, we kept reminding them that 1D, 1F, come back to us and tell us how much is this support going to contribute to job creation, 1, 2, to GDP growth, and then there was a third variable. In fact, if you recall at the time, and I hope that I shouldn't be putting you under this, you recall, may his soul rest in perfect peace. Mr. Speaker, I won't lie to a dead body. The late Anthony Dr. Akotosai was the one we persuaded behind you here to come and plead with them in government that, look, 1D, 1F, don't come for an envelope, one off. You remember, Kojo, you were part of the consultation. We said, come one on each strength to demonstrate to the Parliament of Ghana that this 1D, 1F, Mr. Speaker, take your constituency. Is there a 1D, 1F? Bolga, do you have 1D, 1F? In Wale Wale, do you have a functional 1D, 1F? In Tamale South, do you have 1D, 1F? In Kwadasu, do you have one?
We don't have anything there.
So, Mr. Speaker, members here must be their own judges. Turn around and see whether in your constituency, Mr. Speaker, in Akachi, what is the 1D, 1F? In the Akachi constituency. And then to honorable. So, Kojo, when it comes to job creation, no matter the weight, the weight no matter the weight of your criticisms against government, I will share your thought when you say that government must address growing unemployment. But let's not behave as if 1D1F came and resolved unemployment. What was the percentage of unemployment at the end of 2024? As worse as it is today. Mr. Speaker, let me now conclude with one positive comment of his. For 24-hour economy to succeed, the incentives regime must be supportive. And Mr. Speaker, me, I've been Minister for Trade and Industry, and I carry the shame. How come that in Ghana, toothpick, we cannot produce toothpick in Ghana, and we must be importing toothpick in Ghana? Those are the decisions we should take here. That Ghana, with all our resources, we cannot dedicate one private sector person. Look at how much money we have given. If you want Honorable Kojo, because you can't go there. There are people who took money in the name of private sector who said they were going to farm. The monies never went to the farms. You know that. The monies never went to the farms. You know that. Mr. Speaker, so on job creation, I share his thoughts and I admire his brilliance on it when he's talking about job creation. But 1D1F was not a solution. Let's quantify how much money we spend on 1D1F and relate it to how many jobs were created and what is the contribution of those enterprises to our GDP. So, Mr. Speaker, let me conclude by agreeing with him that the Honorable Minister for Finance have to work with the Minister for Trade and the 24-hour economy to ensure that, Mr. Speaker, you know, in economics, we all say this opportunity, comparative cost advantage. What is it that the people of Techima do? That, for instance, if I were going to do a 1D1F, I'll do a cashew processing plant between Techima and Doma. Do you have that? Yet we had money to do that. So, Mr. Speaker, I support the report, but I think that we should do more on job creation. If you travel beyond Kumasi, from Sunyani to Bolga, where the Honorable Adongo is and Wa, you will hardly come across a factory which employs 50 to 1,000 people. 24-hour economy for President Mahama is a policy to generate 24-hour economy. Yes, I told you it's beyond 24-hour market. Accelerated exports, we want to expand exports. And it means he wants to reduce imports. It means there will be import substitution. That's 24-hour economy. That let's invest in the economy. That's why it is called Accelerated Export Development Program. You must expand your export. You see the Minister for Agriculture now improving tomato production to reduce imports of tomatoes. Mr. Speaker, with this comment, I thank you for.
Honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate. Yes. Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, my members. Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I was watching proceedings from my office. My colleague, the respected Deputy Minority Leader, tells me that there was a certain understanding of doing a certain number. So far, only one from our side has spoken. So, Mr. Speaker, so if it pleases you, we'll take two more from our side and leadership. Mr. Speaker, this is an important subject matter. I don't know why you, the 189, get palpitations when it comes to debate. You have the numbers. This is the time to showcase your talent to the world.
Yet you're always running away from debate. Mr. Speaker, all I'm saying is that, Mr. Speaker, you gave me an infectious smile this afternoon. Earlier in the day, you gave me an infectious smile, and I was happy. It helped cool down the temperature, and that has helped, Mr. Speaker. And you know I've been praying for you. Mr. Speaker, my colleagues, 3 of them have indicated that they want to contribute, and then we come to leadership. Mr. Speaker, they will be brief. That's a promise. They will be brief. Then, Mr. Speaker, it will come to leadership. This is an economic policy matter.
Majority.
Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Speaker, please, Afu. Speaker, we have some other government business. Please listen to me. We have some other government business to take. So I would yield to leader's prayer, but we'll do 1-1, and then he will conclude. Then we'll put the question. Oh, I am saying, please. Oh, leader, please. I want to meet you halfway. I am not resisting the prayer in its entirety. I'm saying, leader, please. You are asking for 3+1. So I'm saying that given it's nearly, leader, it's nearly 6 o'clock. We have one more major business to take. So I want us to take one more from your side. Then you yourself will conclude. And then.
Honourable members, as you agree.
Yes.
On the number we are taking.
Mr. Speaker, so we are going to do 2-2. So from our side, Honorable Ataisa and the Honorable Alamzi.
Mr. Speaker, from my side, it's Honorable Che and Professor Nkoko, then to leadership.
Yes, Honorable Oponkroma.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, very quickly, a few minutes ago, myself and the Education Minister were haggling over whether or not the 4-year program has been laid. Table office has just signaled that indeed it has been laid. My chairman informs me that a committee meeting will be called so that it is now brought before us at committee. So the minister has vindicated. We are waiting for it at committee and then we can get to it. I thought to inform you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well.
Mr. Speaker, then those words that he used should be expunged from our records.
Yes, Professor Kingsley Nyako. Please be
Mr.
brief.
Speaker, I'm grateful for the opportunity to debate on the 24-hour economy and accelerated export development programs report. Mr. Speaker, we all want to develop this country. We are all seeking the progress of this country. Mr. Speaker, permit me to say that the 24-hour economy policy is, for me, the weirdest policy intervention that I've encountered in this country. This is a policy with no form, with no shape, with no direction. Mr. Speaker, the youth of this country, the engineers, they are asking for jobs that relate to their area.
Honourable Member, are you up on point of order? Honourable Stephen Amwa. Very well. Professor Nyako, you can continue.
The unemployed engineer, the unemployed industrialist is not seeking for a market. They are seeking for jobs that will help them to maximize their potential. That's what they are seeking. If they don't get jobs to do, how do they get monies to go to the market to buy? As I'm saying that this policy intervention is failure on arrival. It's a policy that even the proposers can't explain, can't define. And if you compare this to the 1D, 1F intervention, Mr. Speaker, I have 1D, 1F intervention in my constituency at Tanoso, Casa Precon. Benefited from the 1D, 1F intervention. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Casa Precon. If you look at daily graphic of July 22, 2020, was to benefit about $28 million from the 1D, 1F intervention. The Speaker, if anything at all, I know that 1D, 1F created jobs. There are Ghanaians who are working under that intervention. But this 24-hour economy, they can't even tell us how much jobs it's going to create. They've told us the cost, but in terms of the jobs that it's going to create, we don't even know. It is failure on arrival. They said that we're going to give Ghanaians 133. That was the formula. Now that formula is missing. That formula is nowhere to be found. My very good friend, Haruna Idosu, the education minister. My boss, where is the 133? Where is the 133? At least I know that we're able to create about 200,000 jobs with the 1D, 1F intervention. But because you don't have any strong policy to create jobs, we will support this. Even though we know that it is a bridge to nowhere, if we don't approve it for you, you have nothing to show. You have nothing to show. We want jobs for the youth. The engineer needs job. The psychologist needs jobs. Where are the jobs? Almost 2 years since you assumed power, we are only spending on a secretariat that cannot produce a single job. We are spending on a secretariat, an authority that has no capacity to create jobs. Ghanaians expect more from you. They expect better from you because you are so loud. The Speaker, the NDC created the impression that they possess the magic wand to create jobs. Ekome job crowd, Muntimi. Single job you cannot. Roxin, that came up. Where are the jobs?
Honorable Kisrinyako, the official language is English.
In winding up, I agree with Kojo Ponkroma that the best thing this government should have done was to have continued, improved, and made better the 1D, 1F intervention. That is how we develop a country. You cannot develop a country without strengthening your industrial base. When 24-hour economy focusing on markets, how do you strengthen the industrial base? The Speaker, because of time constraint, I'll end here, but wish them well. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Ataisa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Let me commend the committee for the work on the 24-hour economy and accelerated export development program. Mr. Speaker, according to the United Nations Center for Trade Development, it states that in 2018, it states that African countries' dependence on raw commodity exports, raw commodity export dependence, limited capital access in the international market, and then poor domestic financial market inhibits or threatens currency instability or currency risk in Africa. What it simply means, Mr. Speaker, is that structurally, Ghana cannot continue to be doing the same thing we have been doing over the years. we need to do a radical and a paradigm shift to our production model. Mr. Speaker, the report on page 2 captured this explicitly. It states the dependence on the imported inputs also constrain the growth of local manufacturing and agricultural sectors. Ghanaian manufacturers rely extensively on imported machinery and raw materials, whilst most locally produced goods are consumed domestically with limited export potential. What it simply means is that we cannot continue to be relying on mainly limited exportation and highly imported raw materials for our local consumption. That is why the 24-hour economy is necessary for us. Mr. Speaker, in my language, there's a saying that you cannot wake up someone who pretends to be sleeping. In 2024, the NDC, as an opposition party, were very clear that the 24-hour is a private-led initiative. You don't expect us to come and give you a complete costing. When we were very clear, we gave you 4 thematic areas where government will support to create an enabling environment for private sector to participate. One was incentives. Unlike the 1D1F, let me touch briefly on it. Every policy has an objective. You implemented 1D1F for 4 good years or even more. What measurable outcomes can Ghanaians use to measure it? You were doing an uncoordinated doling out of monies to party apparatchiks and then business-related organizations. Mr. Speaker, there is no official measurable outcome that you can use to trace the success of the 1D1F.
Honorable
Mr. Speaker.
Hold on, yes.
Speaker, this is a house of record. You can say something at the campaign rally. You can also, when you meet your foot soldiers, you want to do your propaganda, that you can do. Mr. Speaker, the member who is contributing must know that this is a house of parliament. If you are debating on the floor and you refer to a government policy as having doled out, these are your words, doled out monies to party apparatchiks, please, you've earned the respect of this house with your approach in debate. Don't condescend. Honorable member, don't condescend. If you condescend and follow any bad example you have seen, I'm sorry, it's not going to help. Learn the right way. Mr. Speaker, I would want to plead with you to urge upon him to withdraw that statement that says that the government of Nana Akufo-Addo doled out monies under the 1D1F policy.
He did not mention Akufo-Addo.
Mr. Speaker, he was referring to our policy. Mr. Speaker, I was the leader of government business. And let's be fair. He says that monies were doled out to party apparatchiks. Mr. Speaker, the minority leader, Harun Idrisu, as he then was here in this chamber, and he knows how both sides, the leadership, scrutinize the 1D1F and ensure that companies worth benefited. Mr. Speaker, we are at liberty to debate, but we are not at liberty to misinform public records. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't think
first
I said
about the word doling out
stimulus packages
money for party
in fact,
apparatus.
I wouldn't want to proceed on that tangent, leader. No, please. If we go on that tangent, we will all not be happy at the end of the day. I won't apologize. I won't apologize.
Please,
Mr.
withdraw
Speaker,
the word doling money to party apparatus.
I've already said stimulus packages. I've replaced it with stimulus packages. I won't withdraw. Who said I should do? Who said?
Honourable members, order. Honourable members, order. I direct that the word doling money out to party apparatchiks be expunged from our record. Now you can continue.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm guided. Mr. Speaker,
after
in response to the production constraints.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Even those of us in leadership, you rebuke us when necessary. Mr. Speaker, with respect to my colleague, with all deference to him, if Mr. Speaker gives an order and you speak for the records to say that I am not going to withdraw, yes, Mr. Speaker has ordered that to be expunged. But for you to say you are not going to withdraw, Mr. Speaker, not even the majority leader has ever done this. Openly saying to the Speaker, you are not going to withdraw. A backbencher, a fresher in this house, Mr. Speaker, a fresher in this house, that you refuse Mr. Speaker's order, disrespecting the Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is a serious matter that you are saying you will not withdraw. You cannot dishonor the Speaker. He is a four-termer. Mr. Speaker, he is a four-termer, a respected legislator who has been elected by us as the first deputy speaker. You looked him in the face and told him you are not going to withdraw, and you were talking to other people into the mic. You have no respect for Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is a serious matter.
Yes, honourable member, you may conclude.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in response to the production constraints affecting our country, the 24-hour economy seeks to implement a holistic and an integrated approach to our economic transformation. Unlike in the previous sector-specific interventions in the past, the programs adopt a value chain approach that seeks to link agriculture to industry and then to export. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the recent publication by the After Secretariat, Africa's potential to grow and also to improve on trade integration is for Africa to adopt a competitive advantage each country has specifically. Ghana has competitive advantages over some specific cereals and over some specific sectors of our agriculture base. What we need to do is to expand the productive capacity of this country, and that's why the 24-hour is an export promotion and an import substitution economy-led initiative. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, the government drew 4 thematic areas, and I think that the committee also highlighted it, and that should be the basis for measuring the success of the 24-hour economy. One is the incentive packages. Most industries find it difficult to access capital because of the risk of collateral. Government is providing a de-risk platform to enable companies and organizations that are willing to sign on to the 24-hour initiative to guarantee adequate financing capacity for them to expand into value addition activities that ordinarily people will not venture because of capital constraints. Mr. Speaker, the second issue too has to do with the energy supply. High cost of energy has become a constraint to many industrial and manufacturing capacity, activities or businesses. Because of that, the government, through the 24-hour secretariat, is introducing smart metering program that seeks to lower the cost of electricity at peak production period. Once we are able to do that, we will reduce importation and then we'll increase production of local industries. Mr. Speaker, the third one has to do with providing enabling environment for businesses to sell their output. That calls for the 24-hour economy market. I am not comfortable when people say the 24-hour economy is not necessary. We need to create a center where goods and services can come from the farm directly into the market and then for export. If you go to the Tamale airport, government is prioritizing of introducing the Ghana International Air Cargo Center, where it will be in Tamale, to tackle the Sahel region, where agricultural output that we bring out from the farms will be brought to Tamale Cargo Center and then airlifted outside the country. This is the only deliberate way we can do to eradicate extreme poverty in our country. So every government has come with an initiative to improve on production. But the legacy of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, if successfully implemented, will be the boldest and the most transformative agenda to liberalizing our trade inefficiencies. Yeah. Mr. Speaker, finally, we are looking at political capital out of every situation. I beg to differ. President Akufo-Addo introduced good initiatives, same way as even the revolutionary leaders and others. Everybody has contributed. But one thing that we haven't averted our minds to is that every policy that we have introduced in this country, what has it achieved? We are still having an unemployment in double digits. Until recently, inflation had even risen to about 54% and the rest. We need to do something drastic. And that is why I'm calling on this House to support His Excellency John Dramani Mahama to achieve this thing for the future of the children yet unborn and for the good conscience of our citizens to come in to have the benefit of the doubt that there was once a time that a certain government in 2025 to 2029 that revolutionized the manufacturing base of this country. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Chair Samuel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to comment and contribute to the report of the Joint Committee on Economy and Development and the Trade and Industry and Tourism on the 24-hour economy and accelerated export development program. Mr. Speaker, just to state the question that was just posed, what has the previous policies done? That's the same question we are asking, that whether the 24-hour economy is 419 policy or is a policy that is going to help this country. Because it looks like we have deceived Ghanaians. The young Ghanaian have been deceived. Why? Because, Mr. Speaker, they were told...
Watch your language accordingly. The word deceive is unparliamentary.
Mr. Speaker, I want to repeat...
We should withdraw and apologize.
Mr. Speaker, I want to state that it looks like the young Ghanaian have been misled. They have been misled because, Mr. Speaker...
Honourable members, the use of the word deceive is ordered to be expunged from the record.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, thank you, and I take notice of what you just said. Mr. Speaker, it looks like I would say this is no more at 133, but it's rather 000. It's 000 because, Mr. Speaker, we are in the second year of the Mahama second administration, and we promised young Ghanaians 133 jobs. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, what is 24-hour economy? It's basically demand-driven economy. So in the first place, the question we are asking, do we even need the 24-hour economy authority agency? For me, it's absolutely not. Because that money that we are putting into that 24-hour authority agency, Mr. Speaker, we could have used that money to establish an industry in Ofeso North where that industry can employ people so they will get money to go to the 24-hour economy market and spend. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, what are we doing? It's like we are going in circles. What the 24-hour economy is seeking to do is look at value addition, import substitution, and export diversification. Mr. Speaker, the one district, one factory, for the information, the one district, one factory that we are talking about did a lot. Mr. Speaker, have I been with me here a document that is stating the number of companies that the one district, one factory policy worked on, and so that members that are not aware can be appraised. Mr. Speaker, the 1D1F policy was able to work on 278 factories. The projects, Mr. Speaker, 108 of the projects were in operation at the time of NPP government leaving power. Then, Mr. Speaker, we had 148 of the projects that were under construction. Mr. Speaker, we also had 22 of these projects that were pipeline projects that were to be financed under the PFIs. Mr. Speaker, all that we were expecting that if this government was interested, really interested in producing the jobs that they promised young Ghanaians, we could have continued and financed these 1D, 1F industries so that they can continue producing, because you are looking at value addition. You come in and you stop something that is going to support value addition. You come in and you stop something that is going to support import substitution. That is why I'm saying the 24-hour economy is no more than 133, but it's rather 000, because nothing has been you can't even say one, because no job has been created that you can say you have 111 people. It's 000. Mr. Speaker, the sad truth is that this government came in and got a lot of people dismissed. And this government came in and promised that they are going to hire 60,000 teachers, 50,000 teaching staff, 10,000 non-teaching staff. And what are we seeing? Even the one that was promised, the 60,000 that was to be hired in 2025 and 2026, Seska, what are we hearing? 7,000. So there's a saying in Akan, to wait. If an empty barrel wants to give you something, ask for it. It's empty. It's empty. It's 000. So unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, all that this government should have done is continue the one district, one factory policy that the NPP government started. All that this government should have done is to continue with the National Export Development Strategy. Right. Mr. Speaker, all that this government should have done is to continue with the Ghana Automotive Development Policy. Right. Mr. Speaker, all that this government should have done is to continue with the planting for food, exports, and rural development. Right. Unfortunately, we have misled the young Ghanaian. Now, Mr. Speaker, when you come to my constituency from Afrancho to Nkwankwa, the young man and woman is not asking for freebies. They are asking for jobs. We promised the young Ghanaian 133. Why is the 133? Mr. Speaker, and if you even come to the report of the committee, you realize that if this 133 doesn't exist, and I think we are misleading the Ghanaian regarding 5.2, sustainability of the viability gap fund. Mr. Speaker, the unfortunate thing is that we do not know, and we do not know exactly what the projected total cost of this fund is and the source. Mr. Speaker, you now understand why the young Ghanaian is being misled. Because if this policy will be successful, it will be successful on the back of this viability gap fund. But unfortunately, there's no projected total cost, and we don't know the source of it. And you know, for this project or this policy to be successful, it needs to be front-loaded. Unfortunately, there's none. That means that within the next 2 years, we will see none. And we'll end up telling the young Ghanaian is 000. No more 133, but 000. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Honorable Lamzi, you have the floor.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm always here admiring the way you put us on the right path. But I wonder today why you left my brothers from the other side to take the whole report out of context. There's vast difference between 24-hour macroeconomy strategy and the 24-hour economy and accelerated export development program. That is the 24-hour plus. The other one is 24-hour economy. Mr. Speaker, I don't know if you can remember we adopted 24-hour report here somewhere early this year. That is what is talking about 24-hour economy. And that one is about macroeconomic strategy. Mr. Speaker, let me throw more light on it so that we know the difference, so that we understand that today, most of my brothers, almost all of them from the other side, went out of contest. Mr. Speaker, 24-hour macroeconomic strategy, that is the 24-hour without the plus, talks about private and public businesses operating around the clock. That is where we talk about the 3 shifts. If you remember very well, almost all of them mentioned the 3 shifts. What we are talking about here has nothing to do with that. Mr. Speaker, that one focuses on what? Domestic job creation. It talks about local utility. But the 24-hour plus, that is the 24-hour economy accelerated export development program, that talks about value addition exports. It is encouraging us to move away from the raw materials that we export to a value addition. Mr. Speaker, it talks about processed agriculture. Mr. Speaker, it talks about garments. It talks about pharmaceuticals. It talks about global markets. But you realize that my brothers from the other side took all of it out of context. This 24-hour economy accelerated export development program is going to drive Ghana. It's going to drive our economy from raw material exporter, as a raw material exporter, to raw value producer or exporter. That is what this particular report is trying to do. Mr. Speaker, this report is going to create more than 1.7 million jobs. It is going to boost our foreign exchange. The report is talking about stabilizing the national currency. That is where, when we export, we definitely bring in foreign currency, which will come and change the cedi, so that they will change, it will be used to change, or it will follow the cedi, and the cedi will become stronger. This is what the report is talking about. So I wonder why my brothers decided to move away from there, talking about one district, talking about one factory. You can't compare 24-hour plus with one district, one factory. Mr. Speaker, when you do that, it is like you are comparing innovation with redundancy. Mr. Speaker, this report is talking about how we can use our infrastructure. For instance, we are underutilizing our harbor. With the 24-hour economy, when the 24-hour economy accelerated export development program sets in, that means at all hours we can export our value-added products from the harbor to the international market. That is what this report is talking about. So, Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much for giving me the opportunity, but I want to use the opportunity to tell my people that what they were talking about was all out of context. They weren't talking about the 24-hour plus economy. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, honorable member, you said I allowed them to speak out of context. Is there any rule if you are to speak about cassava and you are talking about potato, I should prevent you from speaking about potato?
Mr. Speaker, sorry, but I thought, I was just thinking that because they weren't talking about 24-hour plus.
Minority Leader.
Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to add my voice to the debate. But whilst thanking you, I would like to thank the committee for their industry, their candid views expressed, and the fact that they have managed to take this report. Mr. Speaker, it is my submission that stability is not transformation, and the committee's own report proves that. Speaker, the report seeks to celebrate disinflation to about 3.3%. If you look at paragraph 6.1.2. But Mr. Speaker, disinflation means prices are rising more slowly. it does not mean prices have come down. If you ask a market woman in my constituency, a Futu, or a trotro driver in Teshi, whether their cost of living has fallen, they will tell you, Mr. Speaker, the stability in the spreadsheet is not a relief in their pocket and in their kitchen. Mr. Speaker, I also want the record to reflect where this journey began. Inflation was already on a steep downward path before this government took office. The trajectory was set. The governor himself, per the report, inherited a stabilizing framework, including the domestic gold purchase program that this report says grew our gold from 8.7 tons in 2021 to over 40 tons. The question is, who started the program in 2021? And let those who inherited the harvest not claim that they planted the tree. In fact, Mr. Speaker, they must give to Baumia what belongs to Baumia. Mr. Speaker, the report also talks about the 24-hour economy, and it demolishes the policy if you read carefully paragraph 6.5. Mr. Speaker, if you read paragraph 6.5.1 of the committee's own report, agriculture receives only about 5% of the total bank lending. If you read 6.5.2, the committee itself warns that low financing to agriculture and manufacturing could undermine efforts to promote job creation and industrial growth. So I ask a simple question. Which factories and with what credit will run the three shifts of this so-called 24-hour economy? A 24-hour economy is a production economy, but the government's own committee tells us the productive sectors are starved of finance while credit flows to services and to the state. Mr. Speaker, if you proceed to paragraph 7.2, that also concedes that high lending rate persists. I hope the finance minister will read this report. Mr. Speaker, no entrepreneur borrows at this rate to open a night shift. I repeat, no entrepreneur will borrow at this rate and open a night shift. The tight monetary stance that delivered disinflation the majority is celebrating is a very policy squeezing the private sector they claim will deliver 24-hour economy. They are applauding the brake pedal while promising acceleration. Mr. Speaker, the 24-hour economy will not be delivered by government bureaucracy. It will be delivered by the private sector. Yet the private sector is not receiving the necessary incentive. Mr. Speaker, the 24-hour economy, which finances 5% of credits to agriculture, is a 24-hour economy on paper, running 0 shifts. Mr. Speaker, what the report does not tell the House, the cost of the applause. The governor told the committee his presentation will cover the financial implications of these policy actions for the bank's balance sheet. Yet, the observations are silent on it. Why? Because the Bank of Ghana audited accounts show staggering losses and a deep negative equity. If we are adopting a report commending the bank, this House deserves the full balance sheet, not the flattering half. Mr. Speaker, the committee itself at paragraph 6.3.4 again felt compelled to demand transparency in reserve management decisions, including conversion of gold holdings. When a committee chaired by the majority feels the need to write that sentence, Mr. Speaker, it is telling us something politely that we should plainly know. Show us the books. Show us the books. Mr. Speaker, at paragraph 6.6, the committee admits the whole edifice rests on commodity prices and geopolitics. Our stability today is rented from the gold price. Rented stability is not own prosperity. Mr. Speaker, the report commends the bank in 8 pages and hides the bill in the footnotes. Mr. Speaker, now let me deal with the missing chapter in the report. Power, production, and the ordinary Ghanaian. Mr. Speaker, nowhere does the macroeconomic review confront the reality that the doomsday has returned and electricity tariffs keep climbing.
What is the use of strong
Honourable Minority Leader.
CD? Mr. Speaker, let me conclude so that he can come in. It is his usual style. So let me conclude that point.
Yeah,
then he can come in, then I continue. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, what is the use of a strong CD to a factory that has no power at night? You cannot run 3 shifts in the dark, and you cannot pay for the light at these tariffs. And Mr. Speaker, when we celebrate reserves at $13.8 billion, cocoa balls debt to buying companies, money owed for cocoa already supplied by our farmers, remain largely unpaid. So, Mr. Speaker, a state flush with reserves but slow to pay its farmers has its priorities upside down. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, reserves in the vaults, farmers are in arrest, and the factories are in darkness. That is the real state of this economy. Mr. Speaker, let me state unequivocally that, Mr. Speaker, today in Ghana, rice, maize, yam, locally produced, are more expensive than imported rice and maize. Mr. Speaker,
Honourable Minority Leader.
The government has not introduced
Honourable Minority
any
Leader, you promised to conclude. I want to know whether he's on the point of order.
I wanted to stop
so,
at that
Honourable
point.
Majority
Mr. Speaker,
Whip,
I
let
wanted
me
to
hear
stop at that
you.
point.
Are you on point of order?
The report presently that the House, please, is misleading the House on grounds that, Mr. Speaker, the report we are considering is the 24-hour economy and accelerated development program, Mr. Speaker. But the minority leader, unfortunately, is reading the report of the conduct of monetary policy and microeconomic review and banking sector. Please, Mr. Speaker, please, Mr. Speaker, he is quoted verbatim. No, there's no connection, please. Speaker, please, you are quoting verbatim from, I've listened, that is why I am able to detect. No, please, I'm a Democrat, but let me align you. Speaker is quoting verbatim from a report that we already considered and done with. So it should focus on the 24-hour economy and accelerated export development program. So if you want to quote and make your points, we expect that the quotations will emanate from this document, because that's all you are saying. So please focus on this one and abandon this. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, you construe every document, read it in extenso, make reference, so that members will appreciate the debate. So I was making a cross-reference. Mr. Speaker, and Mr. Speaker, you've realized that has become his modus operandi, to always try to obstruct. But you know, when it gets your turn, I will deal with you. Mr. Speaker, again, they cancelled the 1D1F policy. In its place, no policy alternative. No policy alternative. Mr. Speaker, if you say you want to achieve 1 job, 3 shifts, you want to run a 24-hour economy, one of the incentives to drive this is electricity. Since they came into office, they have increased electricity tariffs by almost 30%. What incentive do you have? We propose to them that they should continue the reform we started, but they will not listen. Mr. Speaker, 24-hour economy with high electricity tariffs, how can people afford? Meanwhile, the energy sector levy was also introduced, that if you buy a liter of petrol, you pay 1 cedi. So you have compounded the problems of the private sector and the households, yet you say you want to create a 24-hour economy. Mr. Speaker, that is wrong. Mr. Speaker, a government that says it wants to create 1 job, 3 shifts, they are on record to have embarked on mass dismissal of public sector employees. If you look at even today, Mr. Speaker, our order paper, page 25, motion 40. Motion 40 addresses it. If you are committed to creating jobs, you don't commit to dismissing people. This motion we have here, which is over a year, is aimed at restoring those who lost their jobs. So you are a walking contradiction. Very inconsistent. You say you are creating jobs, but you are dismissing people. No, there's no job creation. Mr. Speaker, let me even deal with the
Minority Leader. Honorable Adongo has been on his feet.
Mr. Speaker, he is a backbencher, and then he rises on a point of order against his leader when there are leaders who can.
Honorable Adongo is not a backbencher.
Mr. Speaker, Menyolo,
he's not a backbencher.
No, Mr. Speaker, he's my junior in this house.
He's the chairman
when
of
there
the
are leaders, no, but that is why you are
committee.
here. He's not the chairman of the committee, Mr. Speaker.
He's the chairman of the finance committee.
Mr. Speaker, don't grant this.
Please.
He is a junior.
You have
and
the
there
floor.
are seniors who
Let
can
me
rise
know
on a point
why
of
you
order.
want to interrupt the debate.
Mr. Speaker,
Honorable Adongo,
as it pleases you.
You have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, it's unfortunate to have to do this. This is a House of Records. When a government decides, if a government, yes, I've said this is a House of Records, and nobody should be misled. It's unfortunate I have to do what I'm doing to my leader.
Jerry,
That's
it is
what I'm
not
saying.
done in any democracy. You need to catch the eye of the speaker before you can speak.
I'm saying that this is a House of Records, and we have to be factual. The fact that a government wants to create jobs doesn't mean that people should illegally get onto the payroll. So when people illegally get into the payroll, it does not detract the government.
So, Honorable
What do you think is this?
Why are you interrupting the debate?
You want me to tell you what you want to hear, and I'm not here to tell you what you want to hear.
Please, Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we are aware of the emergency board meeting at Bank of Ghana when they wanted to force you to honor the Ganeshi, the 350 million. We are aware. If you want to go there, we'll go there with you. If you want to go there, we'll call for a probe. Mr. Speaker, now let's deal with the Feed Ghana initiative. Mr. Speaker, this government introduced the Feed Ghana initiative. And the Feed Ghana was aimed at introducing poultry that would create jobs. We celebrated them. We said that's a good initiative. But Mr. Speaker, what were the guardrails to ensure that that capital from the state that was invested was returned? The Minister of Agriculture, on record, stated that those who were given the birds, Mr. Speaker, in his own words, they have consumed them. Mr. Speaker, he again said that they sent him videos as evidence. Mr. Speaker, if a government is introducing a policy to create jobs, and the very job that the policy is supposed to create is leading to losses, if you are doing investment, invest. Don't invest in consumption. Invest in a project that will bring you returns. So you went to share beds to your party members to consume them. The broilers were never sold. Mr. Speaker, a friend from Nkoko told me that I made a warfare. Mr. Speaker, in other words, as the minister said, they've eaten it. But they were supposed to sell. They were supposed to rear the birds and sell, and the ones that will lay eggs to sell their egg and reinvest. Mr. Speaker, now let me ask, now that they have consumed the birds, what will become of them? What is the accountability in it? You guys are talking about accountability. So your party members who got the birds that they say they've consumed and are giving evidence to the minister, are you going to send them to EOCO? Because it is state funds, it's also amount to looting. However, the amount. Mr. Speaker, now let me get to the next point. Mr. Speaker, the gold board, 24-hour economy means investing in the economy, especially agriculture, so that the economy is stimulated. We depend on locally produced food, less dependency on imports, and grow our economy and stabilize our city. Mr. Speaker, what the government is doing is over-emphasizing on the goal for reserve. And what they are doing, Mr. Speaker, largely is to encourage Galamsey. It's the reason why the organized labor at May Day publicly indicated that Galamsey has increased. Mr. Speaker, as we speak, there is no distinction between regularly mined gold and Galamsey mined gold. They buy everything. And you cannot use one sector alone to the disadvantage of other sectors of the economy. So you cannot achieve 24-hour economy on paper. Mr. Speaker, it is wrong. They lack the understanding of the policy itself. Mr. Speaker, my last important point. Mr. Speaker, as we speak, the finance minister has not introduced a policy that would create an enabling environment for industry, the private sector, to access patients' capital. Mr. Speaker, I have to explain that terminology. I'm an entrepreneur. Mr. Speaker, and when I use certain terminologies, I will explain. Mr. Speaker, industry needs patients' capital. Patients' capital is that capital that is paid back in the long term, 8, 10, 15 years. Mr. Speaker, they have failed totally to create that enabling environment. Mr. Speaker, when the minority met the AGI, when the minority met the Ghana Employers Association, when the minority met GUTA, they told us that there's policy mismatch. And minority did not do that in secrecy. We got the cameras there to observe proceedings and report on them. Industry players were loud, unequivocal, and bold. They said there is policy mismatch. The policy mismatch is not encouraging that stimulation. It's not helping them to grow the economy. Mr. Speaker, it is only the private sector that can grow economy. By the way, we are also aware that they have, of course, by the way, we are aware that you have overburdened the private sector with taxes. VAT, yes. VAT, Mr. Speaker, you have increased the VAT and even expanded it. You know, you came with the legislation. And the worst of all, you introduced this so-called publican. An AI tool that you use to assess the duty, the excise duty. We are not against AI. But you see, with AI, if you feed it with garbage, you get garbage out. You must implement it properly, get the right data. Importers are suffering. Importers are suffering. And when importers are suffering and folding up their businesses, how do you create a 24-hour economy? Mr. Speaker, we are not interested in political talk. Settings. We are not talking about the optics, making noise and dancing, Mahama hey, Mahama hey. No. You, the majority, can heckle me. But in your heart, you know
that no jobs are being created in your constituencies. One of you should rise and challenge me that there's an industry 1.5 years. You have industry growing in your various constituencies. One of you should rise. One of you should rise and tell me the number of jobs created for the youth who supported you in the campaign. Even recruitment into security services, you couldn't get your protocol. They couldn't help you. Then you come and heckle the minority leader who is speaking for you and speaking for the private sector. You better commend me. Mr. Speaker, I want you not just to talk about 24-hour economy on paper. Mr. Speaker, I speak boldly and passionately because I am a private sector player. I meet my industry friends and they tell me the story and I know it. We are paying too much taxes. There's no incentive. You bring in equipment, raw materials, and there's no incentive. Mr. Speaker, I am telling my colleagues that beyond the debates, let's face the reality.
Beyond the settings.
It is not the partisanship here.
Beyond the settings.
This report does not talk about anything, any supporting pillar by government to create jobs. You are sacking people. You are increasing electricity. You set up a minister for reform, public sector, ministry for public sector reform. There is no public sector reform. Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I'm concluding. One way at achieving this 24-hour economy is to reform our economy. You brought a minister. I vetted that minister. That woman has become redundant. Mr. Speaker, that ministry is redundant. You are not pursuing any reform. There is no reform. So if you are not reforming the economy, if you are not reforming the structures of states to create an enabling environment, yeah, don't mind Adongo. He is serving on the central bank board. Very lucrative, juicy job board. He's enjoying that, so he wants to rise on a point of order. Instead of him to listen like the way you guys are listening, he is rising. Member of the board, member of some committee at Bank of Ghana. He get recruitment, he get job allowance, he get everything. So he's rising on a point of order. Mr. Speaker, let us ensure as political leaders.
With all due respect,
Speaker,
I don't think we should be
Mr. Speaker, he's interrupting me
this way.
Mr. Speaker, what did I do? You know how much I respect you.
He's
I am a senior
on the board,
and he rises and he's talking across. Mr. Speaker, I can take it out, but let him behave himself. Please. Because he's not speaking into the mic, but he's saying words that are unacceptable. So he should sit down. If he has anything, he should pass it on to his leader. Mr. Speaker, you know I will listen to you. He doesn't. Mr. Speaker, we will respect you. Mr. Speaker, you know this side, we always respect you. There are the people who disrespect you.
You see,
Mr. Speaker, I've withdrawn that. He should sit down.
Standing Order 122 is not an exclusive preserve for leaders.
Mr. Speaker, please.
Order 122 is not an exclusive preserve for leaders.
Mr. Speaker, what exactly is Order 122 saying?
Order 122 is interruption of debate.
Mr. Speaker, I agree, but what I'm saying is that when a man rises on a point of order, his duty is to be silent with his hands behind him and wait upon the Speaker. That's not what he's doing. He is shouting, using unparliamentary words against his leader. That is what I'm reprimanding him on.
You see, somebody said, I allow people to speak out of context. There is a motion on the floor. I believe, properly speaking, we should address ourselves within the terms of the motion. However, the jury is out there. If you choose to go outside the motion, I will just look at you to do it. But when somebody is on his feet to interrupt the debate and the rules allow debate to be interrupted under Standing Order 122, I will recognize the person.
As it pleases you, you interpret the law, the rules. I will not challenge you. I will not challenge you. So, Mr. Speaker, I would conclude by saying that, Mr. Speaker, when the government announced that it was introducing 1 job, 3 shifts, the youth of the country were happy. and expectant. To the extent that the youth relied on that promise and voted the government in, a legitimate expectation was created. Mr. Speaker, to the extent that the youth of this country rely on that promise and voted for this government, a legitimate expectation arose. It is our duty as minority to remind government that you cannot talk on the political platform, get the power and resolve. You can't resolve. Ensure that your policies are well anchored on your own promises. Mr. Speaker, these promises that you made, you thought you were just making the promises. After getting power, you get away with it. You cannot get away with it. However, our numbers, we are just 87, but our voices are strong. We've done good research. We can remind you of the promises and let Ghanaians know that you misled them and that you don't walk the talk. Even your own 189, you cannot create an enabling environment for their constituents. Mr. Speaker, I will conclude by saying that this report before this House is a wake-up call to government itself. Honorable Eric Afo, my respected colleague who signed this report, with a hard-working clerk, what they have done must be a wake-up call to government. Simply put, when you read this report, it tells of a simple story: failure by government to implement its own policy. The women banking, you said the women, you give them credit. The credit was supposed to be an incentive for this 24-hour economy. You have 40 women on your side. They go to their constituencies. The women ask for the loans. You have 40 women on the majority side. When they go to their constituencies, the women in their constituencies are demanding for the loan, the credit facility, the market women. They all want money to trade. And you sit here, point of order, point of order, point of order. When you recently visited Jubilee House, we thought there was going to be warfare. It was only talk. Promise, and they didn't do anything for you. So you and I are the same. We are the same. Mr. Speaker, we say that if there is going to be 24-hour economy, it shouldn't be just talk. Create the jobs. The foot soldiers who fought for you at the polling station, they are suffering. They are hungry.
That's why they are.
And then you are bringing here, you say they shouldn't eat the birds. They've eaten them.
Honorable Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, to conclude, we want the government to sit with us because, Mr. Speaker, issues of employment is a national issue. And in fact, inability of government to resolve unemployment issue becomes a security issue. So it is the promise of the minority that should government call upon us to sit around the table to discuss a true policy to create jobs, Mr. Speaker, we are more than willing. Mr. Speaker, we would encourage them and also advise them that in doing so, don't create any impression that will put doubts on the minds of investors, especially on rule of law, like the way you've arrested Miracle Abuaji, keeping him for 3 days. Mr. Speaker, it's against the rule of law. The sacking of the Chief Justice, it gives a wrong signal. We would teach you, Mr. Speaker, how to behave so that you can bring investment. Mr. Speaker, that said, I want to thank you.
Very well. Yes. Majority.
Mr. Speaker, let me thank the chairman of the committee for very good work done, for presenting such a good report regarding the 24-hour economy and the government's accelerated export development program. Speaker, I have listened carefully to some of the comments emanating from the other side of the House, and especially I've listened to the minority leader as part of our rules. Minority leader, as part of our rules. It is against our practice, Mr. Speaker. It is against our practice, this House, that when a member makes his contribution to a debate, he cannot leave the floor. He must sit and listen to other contributors. Mr. Speaker, the minority leader, then as majority leader, Speaker, in this House, they came for $600 million plus to go and expand the cocoa sector and increase employment. The sector was not expanded, it shrank. They chopped the money. Mr. Speaker, you chop the money. You chop the money. Mr. Speaker, the majority leader.
Yes.
The majority leader.
Majority chief
The majority leader. Mr.
Majority
Speaker,
chief whip.
the majority leader.
Majority chief whip, hold it. Yes. Deputy minority chief whip.
Speaker, I was just wondering. Oh, why you have a problem? Let me address the Speaker,
Why are you
please.
interrupting the debate?
No. Let me address the Speaker. Which money? He was making reference to chopping of
Why are
money,
you
and I just want to
interrupting
find
the
out from
debate?
him which money he's referring to. Who chopped that money? And what does he mean by chopping of money? Does he have any evidence to that effect?
Honorable Deputy Minority Whip.
Yes, Speaker.
Debate can be interrupted, but in interrupting the debate, you must be guided by Standing Order 122. It doesn't allow you to ask questions. So, Majority Chief Whip, you have the floor. Majority Chief Whip, you have the floor.
Speaker, thank you very much. Speaker, let me reiterate. The NPP government, led by the majority leader at the time and leader of government business, they came to this House to secure $600 million from the African Development Bank. The purpose was to, 1, expand cocoa farms, 2, plant new trees, 3, survey the farms, build warehouses, and increase yield. It wasn't done. Mr. Speaker, at the end of 2024 in December, our cocoa yield plummeted from 1 million metric tons a year to 450,000. Jobs were not created. People lost jobs. In the supply chain, a lot of businesses lost out. Mr. Speaker, too, the minority leader, then as majority leader and leader of government business, they took $2 million and paid consultants under the premise that they were going to build SkyTrain to create jobs. The jobs were not created, the SkyTrains were not built, the money was chopped. Mr. Speaker, the majority leader then, as leader of government business, Mr.
Yes,
Speaker, they came to this House.
Majority Chief, we hold it. Yes. Honorable Kojo.
Mr. Speaker, I rise under Order 122. Mr. Speaker, the Chief Whip has just made a statement that money was taken to build a Sky train and create jobs. The train was not built, jobs were not created, and the money was chopped. Mr. Speaker, this House will take judicial notice. No, this is serious. This House will take judicial notice.
Order 122, we have A to F. Which one are you relying on?
Mr. Speaker, it is on a point of order. I'm speaking on a point of order, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if you hear me on the substance, you can even guide me on which one. But, Mr. Speaker, this is very important. This matter is a matter...
we can look at it together by a point of order being raised,
Mr. Speaker,
by a matter of privileges suddenly arising, by a point of information, elucidation, or clarification, by attention being call to the absence of quorum by attention being called to the presence of a stranger in the House or upon a point of procedure?
Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned, I'm rising on a point of order, 1221A. Mr. Speaker, you can guide me on which specific one.
Yes, so what is the point of order?
Please just hear me out, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is a matter that is currently before the courts. The court is making a determination. The High Court is making a determination whether or not somebody has, quote unquote, chopped this money. For the Chief Whip to be here making these comments is prejudicial. Mr. Speaker, I think that with all his experience at the bar, he should not be making these comments. He's at liberty to make comments about his view on whether those projects were delivered. But to say that that money has been chopped, when the High Court is determining this matter, the Speaker, is out of order. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
So, Honorable Majority Chief Whip, please rather advent your mind to Standing Order 123, owing to the fact that the matter is pending judicial decision.
Mr. Speaker, with all due respect, I haven't made reference to any court case. Please listen to me. I am making reference to the Auditor General's annual report for 2023. That established that the $2 million cannot be accounted for. Please, that is a matter of national record. I am not talking about criminal liability. I'm saying the money cannot be accounted for. It's been chopped. That's what I'm saying. That is in the local balance. So please, with all due respect, it is very parliamentary for me to say so, that when you come to this house and secure public funds to the tune of $2 million CD equivalent on grounds that we were going to consult people for purposes of building a sky train so that the sky train will create jobs, and the sky train never got built, the jobs never got created, the money too cannot be accounted for. I have every right, Kwejo, to tell you that the money has been chopped. Speaker, we were in this house when we were told that this government was liaising with the private sector to build a certain cathedral, the most famous national cathedral. And when we built, please, with all due respect. So I want to remind you, if you read, Mr. Speaker, if you read the document underpinning the cathedral project, we were told that it will create jobs, it will serve as a national museum. That I am saying, Kwejo, I am saying that the national cathedral that you told the entire nation that no, I am a leader, so let me remind you. I am reminding you that when you expended $58 million to build a national cathedral that never got built, that never provided the jobs, and yet the money too cannot be accounted for, I have every right to tell you that you chopped the money. So before you accuse me that the NDC government that has introduced the Feed Ghana, Kwejo, please, it's in your interest to be quiet and listen. It's in your interest to be quiet and listen. You are engaged in non-parliamentary conduct.
Majority Chief Whip,
Mr. Speaker,
I was providing you a guide under Standing Order 123 in view of the fact that the issues relating to use your word, chopping those monies are pending judicial decision. Have a way of going about it.
I'm guided. Speaker, now let me move from the generals to the specifics. Speaker, this house, the minister responsible for Agric, just last year, came to this house and submitted the Feed Ghana Agric policy for 2025 to 2028. Mr. Speaker, the thematic areas of the Feed Ghana project include the fact that, Mr. Speaker, We are to roll out the WORLDCUP initiative. Speaker, under this program, 30,000 farmers have been assisted to go into medium-scale cereal, cropping of cereal and other maize and other food crops. Speaker, as we speak, there's a maize glut as a result of that program. So it is shocking that the minority leader will get up and say that the Feed Ghana project has not been successful. Perhaps he has refused to read the policy program. Speaker, again, yes, but I'm telling you, for you to say that...
Honorable Majority Chief
Mr.
Whip.
Speaker. Mr.
Today,
Speaker.
in the House, there was an objection regarding telling somebody that
Speaker,
the person
withdrawn.
has refused
Withdrawn.
to read.
Speaker, withdrawn.
Very well.
Perhaps he has not averted his mind to that policy program, which is a 4-year program. Speaker, one of the thematic areas of that program is the youth in agric farming, as well as the livestock and poultry farming. Speaker, the title of the program is Feed Ghana. So when the agric minister says, as part of the Nkoko Nketenkete outcome, families now are able to slaughter the fowl to feed themselves and are no longer going to they are no longer going to go stores and buy frozen chicken, imported frozen chicken. Read the policy. If you read the policy, one of the key aims of the program is to bring a stopgap. Is to bring a stopgap in the domestic poultry supply, so that families no longer go after imported frozen chicken. And by doing so, Mr. Speaker, we are saved a very expensive foreign currency exchange. Speaker, when families can feed themselves, which is the aim of the program, because the program is titled Feed Ghana, we should be able to cultivate food crops and feed ourselves. Speaker, before the launch of the program, the import bill for this nation was in excess of $400 million in import bill. And the evidence is that families, which is the basic unit of society, a lot of them are now able to use their Nkoko Nketenkete to feed themselves. And my brothers from Busumi Frehu and Afranchu are saying that this is a bad policy. I beg to differ. So, Mr. Speaker, now, Mr. Speaker, let me deal with the interest rate matter in respect of the 24-hour economy. Speaker, as at the end of 2024 December, banks were lending at 35% to institutions and companies and SMEs. Today, the banks are lending at just around 14%. Average of 11. And you are saying that this is not capable of generating enough job employment within the SME sector. Mr. Speaker, let's be very candid with ourselves. I think that our brothers from the other side and sisters are in love with the policy. But politically, it is difficult for them to admit that the policy is yielding results. Mr. Speaker, now let me deal with the SME sector. As we speak, the introduction of the support for women and traders in our markets, supporting them with small capitals, ranging from between 5,000 to 10,000. Women who engage in tabletop business and corner shops, they constitute the majority of people in the informal sector. Mr. Speaker, the data that we have is that these women have been supported in such a way that they are expanding. And the expansion is reflecting in the banking sector, where they've been mobilized to register and open bank accounts, and the savings that are reflecting in the transactions that are ongoing. Mr. Speaker, This is what we call employment. So, Speaker, when the minority leader decides to play politics about the success story of this program, I believe that he needs to be straightened. The straightening happens in the sense that, Speaker, as I stand on my feet, the President has cut the sword for the construction of about 85 of the 24-hour markets and counting. Speaker, the effect of the construction of these model markets is that the markets are going to operate on 24-hourly basis. And Mr. Speaker, when that happens, a lot of people will be employed because it has a way of attracting other businesses. And the 24-hour market projects are projects that we call the growth pool. So, Mr. Speaker, I agree that it's important that as government, we continue with the one district, one factory policy. But it is extremely difficult to do so because a lot of the factories were factories that belong to individuals. And the individuals were only given stimulus packages. So there's actually no state-owned factory for us to go and continue, or which construction has been abandoned for the new government to go and continue. That is the reality. I've sat in the committee meeting, and it's so shocking that so much money has just been packaged and given to people who were perhaps aligned. And so when we talk of one district, one factory, Mr. Speaker, there's no state-owned factory construction that has been abandoned, because all the supposed factories belong to entities that were simply called and asked to register with their package and giving monies. So when they want to talk about one district, one factory, they left no model behind. There's no model factory construction that they left behind as part of the policy. Kwajo knows that he only gave money to private entities that he asked them to register and assisted. And yes, there should be a model. If you are building a factory, there should be a model. That should be uniform. Yes, the markets there are model drawings. Kwajo, it is available, Kwajo, I can show you. So be calm and be patient. And let's do this. So, Mr. Speaker, the deliberate talk that the 24-hour policy is not a policy that will yield results in terms of employment for our youth is totally unfounded. It's actually a policy that is going to drive employment in this country. So, Speaker, with these words, I thank you for the opportunity, and I urge the House that we should adopt the reports, and so that the committee can make progress in respect of this matter. I thank you for the opportunity.
Honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate, the question is as many as are in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The motion numbered 6 on the order paper, addendum page 3 is accordingly adopted. Yes, Deputy Majority.
Speaker,
are we taking the National Defense University?
Yes, Speaker, we want to proceed to consideration of the Defense University Bill. We want to consider a couple of the clauses, and then we can come back tomorrow and continue. And Jerry is in agreement.
Very well.
Jerry,
yes.
Honourable Speaker, I thought that my friend and colleague would engage. He has not. As you can see,
don't like engaging at all.
The numbers here to consider that. Yes, I can see.
So, Honourable Jerry Ahmed.
Yes, Speaker.
If there is no agreement, why is he fixing on the order papers item number 26?
Speaker, is there a presupposition that anything that sits on the order paper?
Yes.
We have agreed to deal with it.
Yes.
But Speaker, you also know, respectfully, that we always have a lot of items on the order paper that we seek to deal with, but we are unable to. because of man hours, our energy, our health, and everything. Speaker, and that's the truth.
You see, right from the beginning, at the point that we are taking the business statement, there was so much complaint that they say they are bringing bills, the bills are not coming forward. And now some of the bills are at the consideration stage, and when we want to take few clauses, then there is a disagreement as to whether we should take those clauses or not. So I am taken by surprise. Yes.
Speaker, my brother, when the minister was here just a while ago, he had to go deal with some business.
Yes.
We had an agreement. And he assured the minister that, Terry, yes. Oh, you assured the minister, Babaru, that it will be done. Jerry, off record. Speaker.
Please, we can do few clauses. The leaders, you can go and engage.
I understand we can do few clauses or otherwise, but
Yes.
he cannot misquote me. I need him to withdraw.
National Defense
I never
University,
gave him my word. I won't do
Ghana
that.
Bill
And come and say something else.
2026 at consideration
Speaker,
stage.
there is a matter of integrity, respectfully. I did not admit or agree with the Minister of Education.
Very well.
Yes, and I need my
The
brother
records
to withdraw
reflect
that.
that.
I haven't done so.
Yes, thank you very much.
Speaker, I withdraw.
Honourable members, I'm reliably informed we ended at clause 5. We are now moving to clause 6.
The University Council.
Yes, item I, Chairman of the committee.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, the minister has requested that we skip clause 6 for further consultation so that we continue from clause 7.
Very well. Clause 7 then.
Functions of the Council.
Mr. Speaker, no proposed amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to clause 7? Yes. Honourable Dr. Kinsley-Nyako.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to suggest to the chair of the committee clause 7C, monitor and evaluate the implementation of policies of the university. I suggest, because the council also reviews programs from the academic board. So I'm proposing, if possible, that we should make it monitor and evaluate the implementation of policies and programs of the university, instead of only the policies. So it's for the consideration of the chair if it finds favor before his eyes. Thank you.
Yes, Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, if he goes back to the functions of or the objectives of the university, you will find all those things covered there. So there's no need bringing them under the functions of the council any longer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I don't want to litigate this. I will let it pass. However, I also want to suggest 7D, promote income-generating activities as part of the programs of the university. I'm thinking if we could make it promote income-generating activities from the programs of the university. My proposal is that we delete as part of and insert from, so that rendition becomes promote income-generating activities from the programs of the university. This is also for the consideration of the chair of the committee. Thank you.
So how different is it from promoting income-generating activities as part of the program of the university?
That is what is
because it must be part of the program of the university.
That is what is trapped in my mind. That is why I'm saying that it is easier to say, and it makes more sense to say income-generating activities from the programs of the university as compared to as part of the programs of the university. This is my observation and for the consideration of the chair. If it doesn't make sense or sound well.
So the D here signifies that there are programs for the university, but as part of those programs, the council must function to promote income-generating activities. So the income-generating activities will be as part of the programs of the university. But if you say from the program of the university, it means the university already have income-generating activities. So the council can only do it from those programs.
Because my contention is that incomes are generated from activities, from programs. That is my contention. That is why I'm raising the issue. But
so can the council introduce one if it does not already exist?
Okay.
Can the council introduce one if it does not already exist?
What, a program?
Income generating activity program. Can they introduce it if it doesn't exist?
Of course, it has to be linked
so
to
if
something.
they can introduce it if it doesn't exist, we can use the word from.
Mr. Speaker, when it comes to the legislation, this is my suggestion, but I'll yield to your superior judgment.
Very well. Let me hear you, Honorable Agaga.
Yeah.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, to say or amend this provision to read promote income-generating activities from the programs of the university would mean that all programs of the university must be income-generating. But that is not the case. There are some programs of universities which are not income-generating in nature. I'll give you an example. Take the University of Ghana as a case study. Every year, they hold the New Year School. It's not an income-generating activity. They brainstorm on policy. They bring together stakeholders from across the country. It's not an income-generating activity. So if we leave it this way, the way it is now, the sentence, the way it stands, it would mean the income-generating activities can form an integral part of the programs of the university, but not all. So this is a better rendition, and I'll urge Professor to abandon his proposed amendment so that we can make very quick progress.
Professor has agreed. I'll therefore put a question. As many as are in favor of clause 7 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, clause 7 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 8.
General powers of the council.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, there is no proposed amendment.
Though no proposed amendment, it is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to clause 8? In the absence of any proposed amendment, I'll put a question. As many as are in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 8 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 9.
Tenure of office of members of the council.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, there is no proposed amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to clause 9? I'll put a question. Those in favor of clause 9 standing part of, yes.
Speaker, forgive me, but I wasn't here when this consideration started, but I'm seeing a lot of reference to president. I don't know whether it's been debated upon before, because if I look at 9, 9.3, clause 9.3, a member of a council other than the president of the university may resign from office in writing and address the president through the chairperson of the council. I don't know whether this president thing has been addressed already because...
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, we will come to that when we get to clause 17.
Clause 17.
That's the president of the university.
Yes, Honorable John Dako, if you look at clause 17, it says the university shall have president.
So the argument as to the propriety of the use of the term president will be debated when we get to clause 17. That's what you're saying?
No. What he's saying is that what you are talking about the use of the president in the tenure of office as in clause 9.
Yes.
You understand? And you said president has been used.
Yes.
And his explanation is that if you look at clause 17,
yes,
it says that the president of the university shall have president.
Yes.
You understand?
And
then the council shall appoint a president. Okay. So it is that president in clause 17 that they are referring to in clause 9.
And exactly my point. I thought that the propriety of the use of the word president would be debated, but because I feel that being a university, we should rather use a vice chancellor.
So you rather wait when we get to clause 17. And you are able to defeat the use of the president.
Exactly. So
then
that's what
it takes consequential effect.
Okay, great. Then
I'll put a question as many as are in favor of clause 9 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, clause 9 is accordingly ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 10.
Meetings of the council.
Mr. Speaker, there is no proposed amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm referring to the recent bills that have been passed by this House. In terms of the quorum, clause 10, subs, clause 2, say the quorum for a meeting of the council shall be 1/2 of the members of the council. But if you refer to the recent legislation, we've been specifying the quorum for council. For instance, if you go to the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology Act 1157, it's specific on the number for council to be able to start meeting. And the quorum for a meeting of the council is 9 members. And Mr. Speaker, since we could end up with an odd number for the council members, I don't know how half of that members is going to be. So with this, I propose that we specify a number.
So when Parliament was made up of 275 members, and Article 104 says that a decision must be taken by half. How do we arrive at that half? So for me, the question that we ask should not be a reason. So you should have been asking, why the departure from the use of absolute numbers? That one I will agree with you. But if you say, how do we arrive at 1/2? That one I do not agree with you. That is why I'm using the constitutional language to resolve your problem.
Mr. Speaker, I'm guided, so I'll go with you to still being specific because we don't also want to leave room for ambiguity. So
Chairman of the committee.
I'll go with you to go with at least the same rendition that we have in the...
Yes, Chairman of the university.
Mr. Speaker, the issue is that it is not always in absolute figures. You can decide a half or that 1/2 or a quarter or 2/3. So let's go by it as it is in the bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Yes, this rendition is not fatal. We have 1/2 in the Constitution. And you cannot be wrong using the constitutional language. You understand? So if you have the constitution by you, you can look at Article 104. Yes.
Yes. So the language, first of all, is constitutional in character. You also have 1/4. So you can do the math to determine what 1/4 would be. You look at the total number of the membership of the council to arrive at those mathematical, No. The constitutional language supersedes. Well, no, it's not wrong. But we're talking about the constitutional language which has been adapted.
So let's look at it from Article 102. A quorum of parliament, apart from the person presiding, shall be 1/3 of all members of parliament. If you go to Article 104, except as otherwise provided in the Constitution, matters in Parliament shall be determined by a vote of the majority of members present and voting, with at least half of all the members of Parliament present. Do you get the point? So the two will only be arriving at the same thing. So if you use the absolute figure, you are not wrong. If you also use 1/2, 1/3, you are also not wrong.
Mr. Speaker, I don't intend to litigate this issue, but Mr. Speaker, what is the character we are taking? Because we just did a couple of university bills just this year, and we are turning to change. So that means the next one that will come, we are going to be moving towards absolute figures, and we're going to be using 1/3, 1/2.
It's just like saying Aku and Akuya, they are all a female born on Wednesday. Do you understand? I'll put a question. As many as are in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 10 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 11.
Disclosure of interest.
Mr. Speaker, there is no advertised amendments.
It's, however, for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to Clause 11? I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of Clause 11 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 11 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 12.
Establishment of committees.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, there is no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any amendment? In the absence of any amendment, I'll put a question to Clause 12. As many as are in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 12 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 13.
Allowances.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, there is no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to Clause 13? In the absence of any proposed amendment, I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of Clause 13 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. Clause 13 is accordingly ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 14.
Principal officers of the university.
Chairman, you will move amendment numbered IV.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker.
At page 13 of the order.
There is a proposed amendment to Clause 14. Amendment proposed, subclause 1, paragraphs D and E, delete. So we will have A, B, C standing, and then D and E deleted.
Very well. The proposed amendment is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any further amendment? Yes, Honourable Dr. Chea Samoa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's just an omission of one. If you look at 14.2, it says a principal officer of the university shall be shall, before assuming office, take and subscribe to the official oath specified in the second schedule. I'm proposing that we insert as specified in the second schedule.
Well, the proposal is on 14.1.
No, 14.2. Mine is from 14.2.
But we haven't put a question on the 14.1. What the House is dealing with by way of a proposal coming from the chairman of the committee is to 14.1, that we should delete D and E as part of the principal officers. You don't have issue with that? Yes, Honorable James Agarga.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, I am co-chairman so far as this bill is concerned, but and so the proposed amendments, I actually took part in coming out with those amendments. But, Mr. Speaker, upon sober reflection, it appears to me that it will be out of place completely to take out the commandants of the constituent colleges, which is E, as principal officers of the university because of the very character and nature of the university we intend to establish. Mr. Speaker, the university itself is going to be made up of constituent colleges. And so for one to say the heads of those constituent colleges who are the commandants are not principal officers, I mean, for me, it's absolutely. So, Mr. Speaker, I pray that we abandon our own proposed amendment, particularly the E. The E. Do you? Yes, so my proposal
Chairman
is,
of the committee. Minister, you can also guide us.
Yeah, he was at the meeting. So I'm surprised he's now saying
But
that.
They have always been referring us to
so
what we call the bargaining principle. You can be at the meeting,
because
but
I
you
know
can come
that,
and raise the issue on the floor. Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, probably if you heard the Honorable Chair, then I
Very
can
well,
come
very
in.
well.
Thank
Honorable
you, Mr.
Chair.
Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is not about sober reflection here. This is about university. And we are dealing with the principal officers of the university, not the constituent colleges. It's the constituent colleges that are coming together to form the university. So you cannot put the commandant of the constituent colleges as part of the university. Because, Mr. Speaker, the structure of a university remains the university, notwithstanding the university is being made up of constituent colleges. So we'll be departing from the norm by bringing the commandant of the constituent colleges completely departing from the norm. So if you are talking about the principal officer for a university, you deal with the chancellor. In this case, we are saying the president, the vice chancellor, and you deal with the chair of council. So, Mr. Speaker, I think this one, I beg to disagree with the chair for defense committee that we include the commandants of the university as part of the principal officers. Remember, they are part of council, but they are not. We are talking about the principal officers of the university, and I don't see anywhere that we include the commandants as part of the principal officers. I thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, this is Parliament of Ghana. And the practice when it comes to principal officers of the university has always been the chancellor, the chairperson of the council, and the president of the university. So the chairman's request to delete D and E is appropriate, even though I appreciate the argument that because it's a holding university, one would have expected that the commandants of the constituent colleges of the universities would have been recognized. But Mr. Speaker, if we have to maintain consistency in our legislation, it should be limited to the three. I thank you.
Yes, but the commandants will be members of the council, but not principal officers of the university. So if we agree the amendment is in order, I'll put a question to Chairman's amendment. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. All members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment is ordered to stand part of the bill. Now I'll put a question to entire clause 14. Yes, Honorable Chair Samoa.
Mr. Speaker, thank you.
They say you're in the meeting. Minor corrections.
Mr. Speaker, this is just a minor correction. 14 subclause 2, the second sentence. Official oaths as to insert the word as, AS, specified in the second schedule.
So what will be the new rendition?
So the new rendition will read, a principal officer of the university shall, before assuming office, take and subscribe to the official oaths as specified in the second schedule.
Well, it is for the consideration of the House. Is that not the standard rendition?
Well, Speaker, I hope that the Honorable Chair doesn't take offense. You see, when you use us, it's more of oral construction than written construction. If you use us, as in oral.
Yes, but Honorable Chair,
you would have
what is pertaining in other universities? Bills. It's us. Very well. So you want us to be consistent. Read one of the university bills or university acts.
Mr. Speaker, I'm reading from the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology Kumasi Act 2025. And if you go to section 14, subsection 2, and just as I read, a principal officer of the university shall, before assuming office, take and subscribe to the official oaths as specified in the schedule.
Act 1157.
Act 1157.
Honourable members, I don't think it is fatal. So therefore, I'll put a question. As many as are in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The proposed amendment is ordered to stand part of the bill. Now the question on to entire clause 14. As many as are in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 14, as variously amended, is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 15.
Chancellor of the University.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, there's a proposed amendment, but I plead that VI be abandoned. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. The proposed amendment as in VI is accordingly abandoned. Now, let's take the proposed amendment as in VII. Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, Clause 15, amendment proposed. Subclause 8, lines 1 and 2, delete an honorary degree, a degree, and a diploma, a certificate, and insert a degree, an honorary degree, a diploma, or a certificate. I so move.
Very well. The proposed amendment is for the consideration of the House. Any further amendment? Yes, Honorable Chair Samoa. In the absence of any proposed amendment, yes.
We are still on 15, right?
No.
After we
please take a cue. Chairman is moving a proposed amendment in VII. if you have a further amendment to VII, then you can get on your feet. But if you have any other amendment on 15, we must carry out the amendment as in VII so that you can move your further amendment in any other provisions of 15. Is your amendment on VII as proposed by the chairman of the committee? Then I'll put a question on the proposed amendment by the chairman of the committee. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The proposed amendment by the chairman of the committee to clause 15 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Now to entire clause 15. Yes, Honorable Chair Samuel.
Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Why is it that by this time we are doing it?
Mr. Speaker, if you look at the entire clause, subsection 2:15, it said the council shall appoint a chancellor for the university in accordance with the statutes of the university. Mr. Speaker, when you come again to 15 subclause 4, the criteria and modalities for the nomination and election of the chancellor shall be prescribed by the council in the statutes of the university. Mr. Speaker, I believe this is repetitive because you have already stated in subclause 2, that the council shall appoint a chancellor for the university in accordance with the statutes of the university. Then we come down again and repeat the criteria and modalities for the nomination and election of a chancellor shall be prescribed by the council in the statutes of the university. So we are just repeating the whole. So either we are keeping 4 or we are taking out the 2.
Well, Chairman of the committee, I see the difference here.
Mr. Speaker, for me, if you look at the various acts that we have passed for a number of universities, that has been the procedure.
You see, Honorable Chair, if you look at the 2, you say the council shall appoint a chancellor. Now, appointment is different from the nomination modalities. For instance, the president appoints, but before the president appoints, the president will have to nominate, the nominee will be vetted and approved by parliament before the appointment. So the 2 is talking about appointment, and then the 4 is talking about the nomination and election criteria, which must be determined by the council. And that may not be in the statute. Yes?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, for the Chancellor of University, it's the council that appoints. It's not the president that appoints the Chancellor of University.
No, I'm just citing an example with the appointment by president. For instance, ministers are appointed by the president. But before the minister is appointed, the minister will be nominated, vetted and approved by parliament before the appointment. So the statute is dealing with appointment. That is the example I'm giving you. The statute is dealing with appointment, whilst in 2, whilst the nomination and then the election of the person is being dealt with in 4. So it's a process leading to the appointment.
Mr. Speaker, if you look at the statutes of a university, it's almost like the legislative instrument, the allies, that operationalize the Parent Act. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the other renditions, for instance, the one we are making reference to, which the House just passed, if you look at the KNUST one, the 15.2, it says the council shall appoint the chancellor of the university, period. It didn't add anything, but if you look at the new one, it has added. If you look at the new one,
This, I can tell you that some of those laws were in existence before the Education Regulatory Bodies Act, which lay emphasis on statute of universities. Some of those universities acts were before the Education Regulatory Bodies Act. Yes, Honorable
Mr.
Minister.
Speaker, if I may persuade the Honorable Chair to abandon his insistence, 15.2 states that the Council shall appoint a Chancellor for the University in accordance with the statutes of the University. Then 15.4 provides for elaboration that the criteria and modalities for the nomination and election of the Chancellor shall be prescribed in the statutes of the University. So if he wanted the deletion of by the Council, I could say that's more elegant. But you see, 15.4 provides for elaboration that in determining a Chancellor, what will you consider? You don't want that to be in the Parent Act. So you want to reduce that to the statutes. Thank you.
Yes.
Speaker, if you look at 15.2 and 15.4, they are one and the same. Save that the 15.4 makes 15.2 rather superfluous. I, reading the two, see more elegance in the 15.4. Obviously, in the appointment of a chancellor, the university would rely on its own statute. Which statute will provide the criteria, the modality, how adverts should be done, the selection process, and all of that. I mean, in other legislations, we did not provide for this. We simply talked about the appointment of a chancellor. The modalities and what have you, we left it to the statute of the university. We left it to the council to rely on the statute to prescribe how it should go about it by way of the criteria, so to speak. Now, if in this legislation we want to further state for emphasis so that there will be no ambiguity, then I would suggest that we rely on the 4 and abandon 2. The 2 is saying, Council shall appoint a chancellor for the university in accordance with the statutes of the university. That is fair enough. However, if you read 4, the 4 is more elaborate. It's saying that the criteria and modalities for nomination and the election of the chancellor shall be prescribed by the council in the statutes of the university. Mr. Speaker, I have a problem. The chancellor position is an appointed position. It's not an elected one. So, Mr. Speaker, if the 4 in its present form is problematic, it's introducing something new which is not envisaged. Election is election. Appointment is appointment. If you say that there shall be an appointment of the chancellor, meaning that a body would meet, interview individual applicants, and out of them select the best that, in their view, would be able to handle the affairs of that office as chancellor. Now, if in 4, you now talk about nomination and election, Mr. Speaker, you are saying 2 different things altogether. 2 different things. It means that somebody will be nominated, or the council will nominate 1 or 2 people, vet them and say, go for election. Election, who and who constitute the college to elect? We know of the pro-vice chancellor. In some legislation, like UEW, the pro-VC is elected for 2 years, whereas the vice chancellor is appointed. So we said so. All right, we said so in the tenor and how that appointment is effected. So, Mr. Speaker, the 4 that I wanted to lend support to is rather problematic. So we should delete the 4 and then rely on the 2, so that the 2 states where you say in accordance with the statutes, because that is what we know as the existing practice, where the universities rely on their statute, because in their statute, they will provide for the modalities. So, Mr. Speaker, I would suggest, therefore, that we maintain 2 and delete the 4. Mr. Speaker, that said, let me do the proper legislative thing. I move that subclause 4 be deleted in its entirety. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Honorable Jassa.
Mr. Speaker, allow me to respectfully disagree with the minority leader and say that, Mr. Speaker, you know, in the process of nominating a vice chancellor, a president, or other related offices of our institutions of higher learning, there is always what they call a search party. The search party goes out to search for who qualifies or most suitable for that role according to a certain criteria. This criteria is often spelled out in the statutes. And so 2 and 4 are talking about related but differentiated things. 2 is talking about the council's capacity to appoint, and that it shall appoint on the basis of the statutes. But 4 is telling us that there shall be a nomination based on a criteria that is spelled out in the statutes. And so I pray you to allow both clauses to stay for elaboration. 1 is talking about appointment, 1 is talking about criteria for nomination to subsequent appointment. I so move, Mr. Speaker, that we allow it to stay. Thank you.
Challenge is that if you want to maintain this.
Yes, Minority Leader.
Speaker, with great respect to Dr. Gisal, he knows that ordinarily he and I will agree, just as I always try to agree with the respected minority leader Harun Idrisu, as he then was. Before he was removed. As he then was. Mr. Speaker, but if the respected Dr. Gisal reads carefully how 15.4 has been rendered, it will immediately strike him that it is talking about something completely unrelated to 2. If, as you argue...
Honorable Minority Leader, I think we can cure the mischief in 4 by deleting and election.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, very well, but let me finish with respect.
Very well.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, the 4 is supposed to qualify the 2 from your argument. But, Mr. Speaker, much as we may want to deal with the cure by deleting the election, Mr. Speaker, there's another problem. Nomination. We cannot leave, once you are talking about nomination and election. Nomination.
I'm proposing that we delete and election.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker.
So it will be the modalities.
Mr. Speaker,
for the nomination.
Yeah, so Mr. Speaker, with respect, I want to be on the same page with you. Mr. Speaker, in two, it is very clear. The council shall appoint. So the power of appointment is not ambiguous. It means that there will be a search party that would set out the criteria. What qualification essential for the office? And when the search party receives applications, what it does is that it would conduct an interview, submit a report to council to be deliberated upon, and a decision is made, be it by a vote or consensus. Mr. Speaker, the word nomination does not come into play when you are dealing with issue of appointment.
Honorable Minority Leader, on that note, I beg to differ.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, if you allow me to, Mr. Speaker, if you allow me to finish.
Yes, just by way of giving you an example, you and I, we serve on the appointment committee. And we know before our exercise begin, the nomination will come. Then we will vet the person, bring it here for approval
Mr.
before
Speaker,
the appointment
Mr. Speaker, bear with me. The word in context, my argument, the burden of the submission is properly anchored on context. I am submitting, respectfully, Mr. Speaker, that the use of nomination in the context as I find it depart completely from the intent contained in 2. Mr. Speaker, let's read carefully. Again, at the risk of being repetitive. 2 says the council shall appoint a chancellor for the university in accordance with the statutes of the university. Mr. Speaker, this is elegant enough. Now it goes further in 4 to say that the criteria and modalities for nomination and election of the chancellor shall be prescribed by the council in the statutes of the university. Mr. Speaker, with respect, this is superfluous. Mr. Speaker has suggested that. But I'm saying that if you take the leg and the limbs are still hanging, causing problem, then take both of them off. Nomination and election must go off. And in fact, Mr. Speaker, taking them out, let's then proceed to take out entire 4. Because it doesn't cure anything. You said it is giving meaning, giving effect to 2. And I'm saying that 2 is elegant and explanatory enough. You don't need any secondary phrase to give effect to the 2. Because 2 talks about the statute, that the appointment should be in accordance with statutes. It has said so. Council cannot go outside of it. I don't understand why the minority chief whip is so busy. This is the time your industry is required. Why are you so busy? So come lend support to my argument. Why are you so busy, majority chief whip? Why are you so busy with some other matters? Come on board. This is your time, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think the minority leader, Honorable Aaron Edrusi, as he then was, is on his feet.
Yeah, so I recognize him.
Very well. Mr. Speaker is on his feet. And his sole purpose for rising is to support this argument that we should maintain the 2 and take away the 4.
Why
because
are you being
2
preemptive?
is very elegant enough, Mr. Speaker.
Why are you being preemptive?
No, Mr. Speaker, he's my very respected senior.
So you know his mind.
Mr. Speaker, he knows how much I respect him.
You know his mind.
Mr. Speaker, he is a learned senior colleague, and he's taught us the trade of parliamentary advocacy. And I know when he returns on his posture, I know which direction he's going.
Very well.
Yes.
The
He does not
minority leader can
disagree
predict
on
your
this
posture.
occasion.
Mr. Speaker, if we can make an improvement, I do get the sense of what the Honorable Chair, now supported by a minority leader. So probably, Mr. Speaker, 15.2 can read, the council shall appoint a chancellor of the university, then delete the rest of the words, then 4 and the entire clause can stay. I so move. No, the 4 can still stay. Is it? No, you know, a university is a university. When they go into conclave, they may define the process by which a chancellor may emerge.
So that is where the problem is coming from. So the 4, the criteria and the modalities for the nomination of the chancellor, should it be should it be in the statute of the university, or it should just be prescribed by the council? Prescribed by the council in the statute of the university. Very well.
Mr. Speaker, it should be prescribed in the
because
statute.
The initial understanding that I'm getting is that once the person is elected, how can we be elected for appointment? That's why I'm proposing that we should delete the election, because once you are elected, it concludes the matter. So election means that you are elected to occupy a position. So who will then appoint you after you being elected? So election and appointment is having the same effects. That's why I am proposing that we can do away with the election. Yes.
Speaker, we agree to disagree and we build consensus. I think what senior colleague proposed, that the council shall appoint a chancellor for the university, we end there for 2. Mr. Speaker, I would want to yield to that so that in accordance with the statute of the university is deleted. That's elegant. But then when we come here down to 4, since we want to keep the 4, then we say the criteria and modalities for the appointment of the chancellor shall be prescribed by the council in the statute of the university. So then the criteria and modalities for appointment shall be prescribed in the statute of the university. Mr. Speaker, I think that is fair.
I think for there to be the appointment, there will first be a nomination.
No, Mr. Speaker, no. No, Mr. Speaker, no. There is already in the statute the criteria and modalities for the appointment. So that covers it. We say that no. Mr. Speaker, the criteria and modalities shall be in the statute. So for the appointment, because we have to be consistent with the use of the word appoint, how it is done. So, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Then let's come back to 2.
Yes. So,
and
Mr.
then
Speaker,
we take the 2, then we go to the 4.
Mr. Speaker, 2 is a joint. He can't own it alone. He listened to all of us and he came by. So, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Chase industry must reflect in the record. Mr. Speaker, not even me, who gave him support, would want to take part of that shine. Mr. Speaker, therefore...
Very well, then he can then own the amendment in 2 and propose it.
Mr. Speaker...
He can own the amendment in 2 and propose it.
The record should take it that he and Senior Haruna are joint owners of this new rendition. Mr. Speaker, save that I'm doing the rendition for them. I'm doing that for them. But I'm not the owner. So, Mr. Speaker...
But the record cannot reflect that you are coming out with the new rendition, yet you are not the proposer.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not the owner. I am only giving effect to what they have said.
That is why I'm saying that let them own it.
Very well, Mr. Speaker. They are owners. The records have it that they are the owners.
So Che, get up and move the amendment in 2.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, we are teaching them. We are guiding them. Che, so move the new rendition. But try and recognize Senior Haruna's industry.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In recognizing the Minister of Education proposal,
state his previous position and say, as he's not enjoying an education minister. They are not giving
Mr. Speaker, the new rendition for 15 subclause 2 shall read, the council shall appoint a chancellor for the university.
All members, it is for the consideration of the House. I'll put a question. As many as are in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The proposed amendment is carried. Now to clause 15.4.
15.4 has an owner. This has an owner.
Yeah.
But
Mr. Speaker, in reference to the Honorable Minority Leader and the Osahene. I propose for the new rendition to read: the criteria and modalities for the appointment of the Chancellor shall be prescribed by the Council in the statutes of the University.
I'll put a question. As many as are in favor say aye.
For the appointment.
Those against say no. The proposed amendment is ordered to stand part of the bill. Now to the entire clause 15. Yes.
Speaker, my humble view is that we should realign the internal structure of 15. Now, 2 talks about appointment. Now, 4 is talking about the modalities. So my suggestion is that the 4 should be 3. Then we can bring 3 to the place of 4.
Well, if that's the sense of the House, I'll direct the drafters to take care of that for us.
Mr. Speaker, just for clarity, I've read the memorandum accompanying this bill. I just want clarity. I've seen many uniform in this chamber. Mr. Speaker, I want to be sure. No, sure, please. Let me get clarity. Is it the Ministry of Defense that is going to be the supervisory ministry, or is the Minister of Education? I just want clarity. Right. So the ministry is going to be under the Minister of Education.
But if it is the Ministry of Defense, the Minister of Education will not be here sponsoring the bill.
Mr. Speaker, if you read the memorandum accompanying the bill, 2 ministries have been mentioned. Mr. Speaker, I have seen many uniform taking notes in this chamber, save that they are not armed, so we are safe. Mr. Speaker, I want to know whether the Ministry of Education will be responsible for this university, or it will be under the supervision of the Ministry of Defense. The Minister of Education is here. He should clarify. We need to know. Because already there's a challenge. Get fund. Who does
So,
get
Honorable
fund
Minority
report to?
Leader, this is
Get fund
clear
reporting
from
to
the
Minister
person
of
who
Finance
signs
or-
the bill.
Mr.
It's
Speaker,
clear from the person who signs the bill.
Mr. Speaker, we are here learning. Mr. Speaker, we are learning. So if you say so, Mr. Speaker, we rest our case.
Very well.
Yes.
Very well.
Mr.
Yes.
Speaker. Yes.
So I'll now put a question on the entire clause 15 as variously amended. The question is, all those in favor of clause 15 as variously amended standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 15 as variously amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. And I thereafter direct the drafters to rearrange the numbering. Clause 16.
Vacancy in office of the Chancellor.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, I propose that the advertised amendment proposed is abandoned, because if you look at the earlier bills that we have passed, the expiry of the term of the Chancellor is indicated. And in any case, once his or her term is over, there is a vacancy in the office of the Chancellor. So, Mr. Speaker, I move that we
Very well.
abandon
The proposed amendment by the chairman of the committee is accordingly abandoned. However, clause 16 is for the consideration of the House. Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. And I'm particularly happy that the chairman have had to abandon his amendment, because in 2 practical situations, Mr. Speaker, we've been confronted with the reality of the expiry of the term of office, together with the complex issue of retirement age. A vice-chancellor may be appointed, whilst the vice-chancellor is still less than 60 years. If that vice-chancellor becomes 60, statutory compulsory retirement becomes mandatory for that vice chancellor. So the case of the University of Cape Coast is a good example where there was debate as to whether upon the statutory mandatory age of 60, that person should still hold office as vice chancellor, even though he's required to statutorily exit office. So I'm happy that the chairman is abandoning it, that there must be expiration of the term that the person appointed to the office is required to serve. I thank you.
I will then put a question on entire clause 16 as many. Yes.
Speaker, just because we are using words and phrases, we need to clarify them so that no mischief maker is given room to operate in future. Mr. Speaker, I have seen 16(1)(b), incapacitation. Mr. Speaker, incapacitation. Mr. Speaker, the Chancellor's role, as I have read, is largely and generally ceremonial. He does not have executive powers in the management of the university and its affairs. It's an honorary role. You want to honor somebody in society, to use his influence to attract funding, to give a certain image boost for enrollment, relationship, networking, some experienced person, so to speak. So, Mr. Speaker, if we come here, an honorary role, then we say incapacitation. Mr. Speaker, we should be mindful of how toxic our political environment can be sometimes. Where there's a change of power and a chancellor has an unexpired term, and some mischief maker within the political setting would want to now say, oh, the man is unwell. We have heard that he's been hospitalized for 3 months, so he's incapacitated. Meanwhile, he can perform his role as a ceremonial head. So, Mr. Speaker, this incapacitation thing, I move that it be deleted. Mr. Speaker.
Well, before you conclude moving that it be deleted, I just want to bring it to your attention that it is the same in clause 16(b) in the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology Act 2025. And it may be similar in all the universities bills that we have passed.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I've heard you, but that is why we are, as legislators, can change our minds. We've enacted in other laws, we kept it there. It does not mean that having a critical look at this and being fully aware of the political ecosystem we all operate in. This has to do with defense. Our men and women in uniform. We don't want that environment to also get polluted and get toxic. So, Mr. Speaker, I would move that notwithstanding any other provision in related law, this be deleted. And I'm happy that the firm called the avant-garde of government business agrees with me on this matter. I want his voice to be heard for record.
Yes, Honorable
Speaker, I agree with the leader regarding these indices as we are indicating in the law. Speaker, when we say incapacitation is ambiguous. Incapacitation of mind, is it infirmity of mind? or fiscal incapacitation. It's not clear, unless we want to go to the interpretation clause and define it. If you don't want to do that, then we must redraft this provision. I agree that we must have done so in the recent legislation of the Kwame Nkrumah University, but yeah, all of them. But you see, as a house, we have the power to improve on legislation. So I agree that this can be a source. This alone can be a source of litigation. Because if you want to proceed against a chancellor that there is evidence of incapacitation, so yes, it's an evidence that you must need to establish, and you can litigate this for some period. So, for the sake of clarity, the Constitution itself is clear. It's the infirmity of mind. Then we are being clear. Or physical disabilities. So, we can actually disaggregate this into two. Or, Mr. Speaker, we go and interpret it, or we take it out completely. Because we have enough grounds to be able to justify this. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, if he has to stay, then I urge that we look at the meaning of incapacitation. If he has to be a ground for somebody to leave and for a vacancy to occur, who determines the incapacitation? Medical records, evidence must be led, all that. So I believe that we should be able to say that physical incapacitation or mental incapacitation, that's infirmity of mind. Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I would urge, Mr. Speaker, I would urge that clause 15, it stays as it is. Clause 16, sorry, Mr. Speaker, the matter of incapacitation. And to assume that, Mr. Speaker, in government, we are reasonable. The president is a reasonable person, the minister is a reasonable person. I currently have two situations where the chair of a council have had to be taken ill and flown abroad. Now, the circumstance, how can he function effectively as chair of the council? The same thing, we may have a chancellor of a university in a state that is difficult of incapacitation. Once you don't make provision for it, it becomes difficult. So I would think that just as is in the UST Act, I'm not aware that what he's afraid of when it comes to chancellor is not a matter determined by the politician, no. It is determined by the council of the university for good reason. And therefore, we have a practical situation of incapacitation today in two instances within some of our major universities. But reasonability, I've allowed time to go even before informing the appropriate authority as to what action to take. So I think that if the minority leader will not persist, he can let it stay. It is used sparingly. Nobody will pray, but we are human. And once you are human, the fragility of man, at any time, your mind, mental incapacity, physical incapacity, any can be a victim of it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Education, he is a man who reasons and he has a broader understanding of governance. But we don't have those who think like him in huge numbers. There are those who do mischief. Mr. Speaker, recently we heard him boldly talking about bail and all of that, express his legal understanding of the law and caution against the excesses thereto. That is Harun Idrisu. The majority leader who has just entered equally will not allow excesses. No, he went for a cabinet meeting, which I know he was at cabinet meeting, and he has closed from cabinet meeting, and he has come into the chamber. He has gotten back into the chamber. He just came in from cabinet. Mr. Speaker, I would have preferred he went to rest after cabinet. So, Mr. Speaker, some people may want to take advantage. Mr. Speaker, some people will take advantage and cause mischief with this word incapacitation. Mr. Speaker, it can be used in good ways and in bad ways. So, Honorable Harun Idrisu, we cannot be sure of who would want to trigger this incapacitation for political purpose. It is too broad a word and it's too general. Any part of it, a slice of it can be used for anything. So let us delete. Or, Mr. Speaker, as I heard the majority chief whip, let's get the draft person to give it a different interpretation at the interpretation session. Majority leader, though you've not spoken into the mic, but I would agree with you that the sense of the House specifically is to get this thing, the mischief in that word cured by way of interpretation. So, Mr. Speaker, you can make a referral to the draft person to give an
particularly
interpretation.
with a change of government that we are talking about. If you come to C is talking about removal from office. So if you can be removed from office,
No, but
and
removal,
then you are
Mr. Speaker, the removal here is not the one Mr. Speaker, not the Rambo style one against Tokonu that happened recently. That is not what is being emphasized here. Mr. Speaker, the Tokonu one, the Chief Justice removal was, Mr. Speaker, where even the majority leader specialized in point of order at the vetting. Mr. Speaker, he was there to ensure that they carry through that mandate to get a new Chief Justice as quickly as possible. Mr. Speaker, that removal in 146 was abused. Mr. Speaker, they abuse it. And it's been introduced here. Mr. Speaker, I can't be sure. We should even define the removal. Mr. Speaker, we should define it.
Let me hear Honorable James Agaga, and I'll come to you, leader.
Mr. Speaker, the word incapacitate. Oh, leader. No. Anyway, let me yield to leader.
Very well.
Leader. I wanted to I'm responding. Oh, no, you go ahead. Go ahead.
Yes.
No, Mr. Speaker, certain things should not be part of our records. To say that the removal of a Chief Justice was abused is clearly not right, especially when the Chief Justice went up to the ECOWAS court and ECOWAS court said the removal, there was nothing wrong with it. As far as ECOWAS court. So the whole of West Africa agrees that there was nothing wrong with the removal.
Honorable Majority Leader, I agree with you because this is a house of record. Yes, Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, it's a statement of opinion. It's a political statement, Mr. Speaker. Political statement must be allowed. They are permissible. It's a political statement I'm making that the mode of removal was wrong. Mr. Speaker, I'm not talking about judicial interpretation here. I'm making a political statement.
is your view.
Honorable
It is not the
members,
first time, Mr. Speaker.
he is admitting that that is his opinion. Now, that opinion may be right or wrong, and it's not a subject matter of our record. So I would direct that it be expunged from the record. Yes, Honorable James Agaga, let me hear you.
Yes, so...
We are doing consideration of a bill. Yes, what do you want to say? If you want to challenge my directives, you know what to do.
Mr. Speaker, it's not about challenging your directives.
Very
At
well.
consideration stage, the rules are relaxed to allow for full debate. If you don't need our participation, you may say so,
Yes,
so
debate,
that we give it to them.
on the bill.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, that's
Yes,
exactly what we are doing.
Yes.
That's exactly what we are doing.
Yes, you don't introduce any...
Mr. Speaker, so far, it's been good.
Yes.
Don't let the presence of the majority leader change the
it's not
atmosphere.
the presence of the
Mr.
minority
Speaker,
leader.
don't let
Maybe
his presence change your
change
mood.
in your behavior.
Mr. Speaker, don't let his presence change your mood.
No.
We've been cooperative all day long
Yes.
until he entered.
Yes.
Until he entered, I expressed a view about the removal of the Chief Justice because I saw removal from office. And I said that my view is that how she was removed was wrong. He has also expressed his view that the EOCO court upheld the unfortunate removal. Mr. Speaker,
Everything
these are
about
two
the Chief
political
Justice
statements.
should be expunged from the
Mr.
record.
Speaker,
I so
including
direct.
From where? From this side?
I so direct. Honorable
one.
James Agalga, let me hear you.
Mr. Speaker, I disagree with you, but you know, you have the power. So what can we do?
Leader, your microphone. Yes, so, Mr. Speaker, I have taken a glance at the dictionary meanings of incapacitate. And Mr. Speaker, the meanings have given us context. If we go by the context, it is obvious that we can't have any confusion with regards to the use of the word in relation to the vacancy in office of a chancellor. Mr. Speaker, the first context reads as follows, and this is taken from the encyclopedia, and it's medical and physical. And it refers to a person being made unable to work, move, or function due to illness, injury, or pain. And then they proceed to give us an example, such as a severe stroke left him completely incapacitated. That is the first context, which has to do with medical and physical. The second context is actually about law enforcement, which is self-defense and law enforcement. And it goes on to say it describes subduing an attacker or suspect to stop them from causing harm, often without fatal force. E.g., rubber bullets are designed to incapacitate rather than kill. That is the second context. Third context, which is legal, and it means to disqualify or deprive someone of the legal power to act or engage in certain activities, such as signing a contract. The fourth and final context is mechanics and systems, and it refers to a machine, computer, or system being put out of action or disabled. So, Mr. Speaker, it is clear that the first context, which is medical and physical, is what is applicable with respect to the clause 16.
Exactly.
So there is no confusion whatsoever. And Mr. Speaker, given that the precedent is set under previous legislations, let us allow this word to stand.
You see, this is, if you look at clause 16 in this bill, it's the same as clause 16 in the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology bill. no addition, and no subtraction. And there is a rule of consistency in legislative drafting.
Context is very clear.
Yes.
Let's not
The context is very, very clear.
this matter.
It may be physical, it may be of unsound mind.
Yes.
If the person is in a vegetative stage, we still want the person to operate.
Sneagaga, if we are proceeding on 16.1a, what are you going to, what will be the basis? Incapacitation of what?
16.1a is talking about resignation.
No, oh, sorry, 16.1b. Sorry, the issue is about incapacitation, so
yes.
Forgive me, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
So if you are proceeding to declare a vacancy under 16.1a, a b, what you have to lead evidence. Now, is it fiscal incapacitation? There are situations where the chancellor may be physically immobile, so to speak, but no, neither. But mentally acute and can function. But somebody will say that because it's quite ceremonial, he's not able to attend functions, he's been rendered immobile, and therefore he should be removed. So we want to avoid some of these situations. That's why I feel
that is why the meaning placed on interpretation as he read out has got to do with physical and medical.
Oh, there's an interpretation?
Yes.
Okay.
Physical and medical.
Okay, then we make progress because I didn't get that.
Yes.
No, it's okay. It's okay. I yield once there's contest. So.
Very well. Then I'll put a question on clause 16. As many as in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 16 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 17, yes.
Just to put on record that we've agreed to end it at clause 17. That's what we just agreed at the front bench. So we just end at clause 17. So now that we're done, so we are ending at 17. No, that was the understanding, that we are ending at 17. And we done, no, not to do 17.
You see, honorable members,
no,
there is no amendment to 18 and 19.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, you say we should guide you. You said we should guide the chair. And this is what we are saying to guide you. That yes. We are ending it.
But you are guiding me.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, that's an indication from us to you as a presiding officer.
A guidance is not binding.
So, Mr. Speaker, you're saying that you defy us?
But you use the word you are guiding me.
Mr. Speaker, we are supposed to help you to ensure the peace of this.
So in the process of guiding me,
so you have
if I am also suggesting to you,
Mr. Speaker, you can defy us. No problem.
You see, living together is just a matter of understanding. If in the process of guiding me, I'm also drawing your attention to the fact that there is no proposed amendment to 18 and 19. Does that amount to defying the guidance?
There are important issues. There are some important issues. We don't know the communication you have received, but there are important issues. Mr. Speaker, there are important issues that we have agreed that we should terminate it here. We know that there are no advertised amendments.
I have not received any communication.
Very well. Mr. Speaker, that is why
we are the whole of last week, I wasn't around.
Oh, so Minister of Education. Minister of Education. Yes, so we finish at 17. That's what we've agreed.
Clause 17.
Yes, we'll end there.
President of the University.
Chairman of the committee.
Yeah. Mr. Speaker, we have a few amendments to clause 17. IX, clause 17, amendment proposed. Sub-clause 3, delete and insert the following. As advertised in today's order paper at page 14. I so move.
It is for the consideration of the House. Any proposed amendment?
Speaker,
Yes.
that is so. Speaker, I desire to make a further amendment to the present amendment in respect of 3B, that instead of have the relevant academic qualifications, we delete half and insert possess. Speaker, so it reads, the president of the university shall A, be of a minimum rank of a major general or an equivalent rank and possess the relevant academic qualifications. Mr. Speaker.
It is for the consideration of the House.
Speaker,
Yes.
I have a further amendment, and I've sought the leave of chair of the committee. Mr. Speaker, a while ago you talked about consistency. You referred us to previous legislations where we had this incapacitation as part of it. So, guided by the precedents, I decided to abandon all my good arguments on the matter. And when you put the question, all of us responded, here. And there was no vote. It was a yes vote. Speaker, that said, we've talked about Chancellor in clause 15. Why now move away from Vice Chancellor to President? Mr. Speaker, we go with the British system. Let's be consistent. If we are using Chancellor, we get to the Chief Executive of the university. It is Vice Chancellor, not President. Mr. Speaker, I therefore move that at 17, the proposed amendment of 3 should delete President and insert Vice Chancellor. So the new rendition as proposed by the chair, which he has agreed to this proposed amendment from me, would now read, the Vice Chancellor of the university shall be of a minimum rank of Major General or an equivalent rank. And Mr. Speaker, the B, I would want to go with Honorable the Nkoko amendment. I support it. So, Mr. Speaker, I so move. Yeah, consequentially, wherever we see in 1819, when we come back, we see President, it should be Vice Chancellor. Why are you deviating from
Honorable
Vice Chancellor to now
Galga.
President? You said consistency. Please, be consistent. Mr. Speaker,
Honorable
Agaga must be consistent. A while ago, you said consistency. We are not going to accept President.
Mr. Speaker, at least let me be heard. Even if I am defeated, I should be heard. Mr. Speaker, I am opposed to the proposed amendment. My reasons are as follows. 1, the university in question is a specialized university. In fact, it is a military university. You see, the word president was not conjured from the heavens.
But let me ask you,
Mr. Speaker,
is this going to be the first specialized university in this country?
No. Mr. Speaker, no. Oh, Mr. Speaker, no. At least let me be heard. Leader. Mr. Speaker, so given that the university in question is a specialized university, we have drawn inspiration. We have drawn inspiration from other similarly established universities. I'll give you an example. Mr. Speaker, the National Defense University, Washington. The National Defense University, Washington, uses the word president in place of vice chancellor. Please, be tolerant. Leader, I know you are very tolerant. So please,
I will yield to my leader, but please.
Mr. Speaker, the use of president is common in the U.S. In the U.S., most universities have president of a university. But here, we say vice chancellor. So if we are enacting a university, let's keep to our traditions and our practices, especially when it has to do with the military. Let's not be tempting them to be calling themselves presidents. We shouldn't be tempting them, because when they get used to the title president, you don't know what will happen. So vice chancellor is what it is for a university. So let's keep to that tradition. University is university, vice chancellor, vice chancellor. President in the military, no, not president.
Well, Honorable Minority Leader, what we will do is that we will take the amendment as proposed in clause 17. Then, before we put a question on the entire clause 17, you do your amendment to amend the heading, the subheading, which deals with the president of the university. And once that is carried, I would do a consequential amendment, and then everything that relates to president would have to do with the vice chancellor. Yes. It's just a directive that I am giving. So hold your one bullet. When we get to the marginal note, which titled it the president of the university, then you can talk about that.
No. Oh, leader, please. No. This is by way of.
So, Honorable Agaga, in that case, let me hear you and dismiss you.
Very well. Very well. Mr. Speaker, you know, this university, as a matter of law.
No, I want to listen to him and I will thereafter dismiss him.
Mr. Speaker, the university itself is already in existence. It came into being by virtue of a presidential charter. We are now in the process of trying to regularize its existence by giving it legal backing in the form of a legislation. Now, Mr. Speaker, when the university came into being by virtue of the presidential charter, we should be interested in knowing how the chief executive officer is described. In fact, as we speak, the acting vice chancellor, quote and unquote, is called president. He was here in the morning. I think that it's important I bring these matters to your attention before you dismiss me.
James Agarga,
At least I should be captured.
If this house has the power to change a name of university completely, and you said we can't change the designation from president to vice chancellor, your submission is hereby dismissed. So, chairman of the committee, let's go to
Mr. Speaker.
IX.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
I want to appeal that we stand down clause 17 for further consultation and come back to it later.
Well, is it because of the president and the vice chancellor? That has nothing to do with your amendment in IX, X, XI, XII, and XIII. So please go ahead and move your amendment.
Okay.
No, we will do this amendment, and then when we come to the marginal note, then I give consequential directives. Yes. Yes, so he has moved the amendment in IX, and it is for the consideration of the House. And Honorable Majority Chief Whip has moved a further amendment that instead of half, let's use the word possess. So it's for the consideration of the House. So I'll put a question on the chairman's amendment as further amended by the Majority Chief Whip. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The proposed amendment by the chairman of the committee and further amended by Majority Chief Whip is ordered to stand part of the bill. Now, still on clause 17, X.
Mr. Speaker, amendment proposed, sub-clause 4, line 1, after President, insert of the university. I so move.
It is for the consideration of the House. Now, members, any further amendment? In the absence of any further amendment, I'll put a question. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The proposed amendment by the chairman of the committees is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 17, XI, chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, amendment proposed, sub-clause 5, line 1, after President, insert of the university. I so move.
All members, it is for your consideration. Any further amendment? In the absence of any further amendment, I'll put a question. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The proposed amendment to clause 17 by the chairman of the committee is ordered to stand part of the bill. Chairman, clause 17, XII.
XII, clause 17, amendment proposed, sub-clause 6, line 1, after President, insert of the university. I so move.
Honorable members, it is for your consideration. Any further amendment? In the absence of any further amendment, I'll put a question. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The proposed amendment is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause XIII.
Mr. Speaker, XIII, clause 17, amendment proposed, sub-clause 7, line 1, after President, insert of the university. I so move.
It is for the consideration of the House. All members, any further amendment? In the absence of any further amendment, I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The proposed amendment is ordered to stand part of the bill. Chairman, clause 17.
XIV, clause 17, amendment proposed, sub-clause 8, line 1, after President, insert of the university.
This is consequential. I'll put a question. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The proposed amendment is ordered to stand part of the bill. Now to entire clause 17.
Speaker, clause 17, the head note is President of the University. Mr. Speaker, I move that we delete President and insert Vice Chancellor. The new rendition, therefore, shall read Vice Chancellor of the University. Mr. Speaker, and if this is carried, I pray that it should have consequential effects on...
Honourable members, the proposed amendment is for the consideration of the House. Any further amendment? In the absence of any further amendment, I'll put a question. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The proposed amendment by the minority leader, Osahin Alexander Kwamina Aponyo Makin, is ordered to stand part of the bill. Now, it will have the consequential effects, and I will direct the drafters to do all the consequential effects, taking into consideration the appropriate clause in the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology passed in the year 2025. Clause 18, it will have a consequential effect. Instead of vice president, it should be pro-vice chancellor.
Mr. Speaker, as indicated, we are ending.
On that amendment, and let's take the 18.
No, Mr. Speaker.
So that we can deal with that particular issue.
Mr. Speaker, please. Mr. Speaker, it's not a matter of owning. We are not kids. Mr. Speaker, no, we are not kids. I've been in this business for some time. Relax. Just take it easy. Mr. Speaker, let's stay there. This is where leadership wants to end. The Honorable Harun Idrisu should see how we have worked very hard.
I'm appealing to you that we should take the consequential.
Mr. Speaker, it's not,
based on your.
Mr. Speaker, it's not about me. This is leadership decision. We are pleading with you.
Okay, so let me hear you.
Don't result like
this. Let me hear the majority. Yes. Majority Chief Whip.
Mr. Speaker, I'm urging my brother, the minority leader, to own these two amendments, and so that
because it's consequential to the one he did in 17, so that can also give consequential directives here.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, let the record reflect that I move those amendments consequentially.
You see, I'm pronouncing the name well. Honorable Afenyo Makin. Not Afenyo. Togbe Afenyo Makin. Yes, you're on your feet.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what is your pleasure?
My pleasure is based on your proposed amendment that was carried in 17. It has a consequential effect on the 18, so that we equally change the vice president of the university to pro-vice chancellor, in line with our British standard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, leadership of the House. Took a decision to plead with you that we end at 17, and this consequential issue, we address it when we come back, God willing, tomorrow. Mr. Speaker, there are critical matters that the Minister of Education would have to address. And please bear with us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Speaker, the sense of the House is that we take those two consequential amendments, sponsored by or to be owned by the minority leader. Then we can bring consideration for today to a close, Mr. Speaker. That's the sense of the House. So that's the sense of the House.
Like
so
the
I
time being
urge him
spent
to,
on this argument would have ended it.
Yes, it would have been done. Mr. Speaker, let the record reflect that those two amendments have been so moved, and I support them.
Honourable Minority Leader, I don't want us to get here tomorrow. In the event you are not here, a different thing will happen. That's why I'm urging upon you to own this amendment, and let's conclude on the Vice Chancellor and then the Pro-Vice Chancellor. Very well. He said you can move the amendment. Clause 18.
Vice President of the University.
Yes, it's for the consideration. Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, based on the earlier, there's no advertised amendment.
Yes.
But based on what we did for clause 17, I move that we change the head note Vice President of the University to Pro-Vice Chancellor of the University.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honorable members, any further amendments? I'll put a question. As many as are in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. the proposed amendment is ordered to stand part of the bill, and then consequential direction to the drafters. I further direct that you consequentially amend Vice President to Pro-Vice Chancellor in or throughout the bill in line with the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology Act 2025. Clause 19, Chairman of the Committee.
Academic Board.
Chairman of the Committee.
Mr. Speaker, there is no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Any further amendment? In the absence of any further amendment, I'll put a question. As many as are in favor, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 19 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Yes, Majority Leader.
Speaker, there are only 3 simple advertised amendments in respect of clause 20. I believe that we can, please, so at least hear me before you condemn me. Be a Democrat, and be tolerant. So, be tolerant, be a Democrat, be tolerant. At least hear me before you condemn me. So, Speaker, my humble proposal is that because clause 20, the advertised amendments are very simple, it will be a vantage point to conclude consideration for today, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, I think we have done more than 5 hours today. It is within my power. So I will bring the consideration stage of the National Defense University Ghana Bill 2026 consideration stage for today to an end. Honourable members, 45 by order 56-2. I will proceed to adjourn the House, having sat in excess of 5 hours. The House is accordingly adjourned till Wednesday, 15th July 2026 at leaders at
Speaker, because we propose we do midday 12.
The House is accordingly adjourned till Wednesday, 15th July 2026 at 12 noon. Honourable members, thank you very much.